Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our fourth annual Leo Conference. 2020 has certainly not been the year we planned for, but it's testament to your incredible dedication and hard work that we can all look back and be very proud of how all our schools have supported our children and their families throughout the pandemic so far. I'd like to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to our entire Leo community for all you've done to keep everybody as safe as possible over the last few months, while still ensuring the children receive the best possible education. Your response to the initial lockdown in March was phenomenal. Every step of the way, from the exceptional distance learning you provided through to the care and support for the children of key workers and our most vulnerable families, you all rose to the most difficult and unexpected challenges imaginable. This term has seen a further immense effort and one which is appreciated by us all. After Saturday's announcement, we're now preparing for the next challenge ahead. The theme of this year's conference is positive education and character education at the heart of our curriculum, and it builds on the excellent work some of you have been involved with alongside Frederica Roberts and Liz Wright this year. It couldn't be more timely, and never have we needed the chance to develop practical ways to promote wellbeing to help children and staff to flourish. A big thank you to Melinda Young for putting together an exceptional programme for today's conference, and to Emma Dallimore, Jasmine Gillespie and Graham McCauley for working tirelessly behind the scenes over the last month to make it all happen today. Clearly our conference is different this year, but please do engage with today's speakers via the event app or by using the chat function on YouTube, as some of you have been doing this morning to introduce yourselves. Today we welcome lots of guests to our conference, a definite benefit of a virtual event. So I'd like to say a big welcome to our friends from the Sutton Education Trust and our South West London Challenge Partners Hub, and to Aziz, our Partnership Manager, to John Grove and to colleagues from the Quality First Education Trust, to Claire Probert and colleagues from Lancott Primary and the Challenger Mat, to Alice Gregson from Forum Strategy UK, and to the many Senkos from across the London Borough of Sutton. We're also delighted to have Sue Jones from Value Based Education joining us this morning, and to Andy Mellor from the Schools Advisory Service. And finally, to Adam Gordon from the London Grid for Learning. Also, of course, to all of our speakers, you're all very welcome today. We're also delighted that Dr. Pen Mendonca is joining us, and Pen will be illustrating our conference from home this year, and we can't wait to see her work again. It's a privilege to welcome our first speaker, Andy Cope, to our Leo Conference 2020. Andy is a qualified teacher, author, and learning junkie, and he's the UK's first Doctor of Happiness, having completed a PhD in positive psychology at Loughborough University. Andy will be well known to many of you on Twitter. He's a best-selling author, writing the brilliant range of self-help books for adults and teenagers, and he also pens the successful children's Spy Dog series for Puffin. Welcome, Andy, and thank you for agreeing to get us off to a positive start. I think after the news over this weekend, it's definitely needed. So over to you, and have a fantastic day, everyone.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, thanks, boss. Thanks for that. And I think, well, I'm excited and delighted and honoured to even get the nod. And it's great to be at a conference where well-being is the issue. It is the thing that we're talking about all day. Now, you might get sick of me throughout the day because I've got this, and then I've got a couple of workshops, and then I'm doing the keynote and a panel thing in the middle, I think. But I'm obviously not going to dominate it because there are so many other great speakers on this. So. And isn't it weird, eh? Isn't it weird that you lot are all watching me on YouTube? Because my generation, if the teacher said, what do you want to be when you grow up? You say, I want to be an astronaut or a cowboy. And now if you ask the primary school kids, I want to be a YouTuber, here's me living that dream, all right? So really thrilled. Now, there are some nerves behind the scenes. Can I let you into a secret? That there's a technical team and there's some senior people going, what if this doesn't work? Who cares? We're giving it a go. Welcome to the new normal, ladies and gentlemen. So all the behind the scenes team, break a leg. Right, Graham, can you give my slides, please? Can you just put the slides on for me? Because I think that the first picture is really important. There is that the effort that you've been putting in, since March is just phenomenal to keep education going. And then, of course, along comes Boris with his kind of lockdown 2, and we're like, oh, blimey, the shelves are going to be cleared again. Let's hunker down, get in the bunker of loo roll, whatever. And I think, mental health was already pretty wobbly, even well before the pandemic. And then along comes March and the pandemic. And then along comes lockdown number 2. So I understand, absolutely. I might have a PhD in happiness, but I'm not immune from the external world. So there's the context, all right? So I get that. Now, do you know what? I'm going to give you, I thought I'd start with a top social distancing tip. right? Because these things, these little rascals, right, they don't bloody work, do they? You know, like we're 2 meters and 6 people, I think, until Thursday, and then it all changes. But every time, so I know, and I like to do my bit. That's what the government's asking me to do, is wear my mask in the supermarket and wear my mask on the bus. And I'm going to do my bit. That's all they want me to do. So I'll do it, right? So I put my mask on, I'll get to the supermarket. But as soon as I put my mask on, people invade my 2 meters, right? Do you find yourself holding your breath and then breathing out as people have gone past you? So anyway, what I've learned is a top social distancing tip, just to kick you off. I've learned that this mask doesn't work, but this is me in Sainsbury's, right? If I go to Sainsbury's with that mask on, then what I've learned is I get often more than 2 meters. In fact, sometimes I get the entire supermarket all to myself. Okay, now I can see you through YouTube, by the way. You're not laughing, are you? Right? No, fair enough. It's not funny, that's why. So my job right at the start, this is literally just a couple of minutes to get you excited about the conference, really, because, well, I'm proper excited about it. So I thought I'd go with this today. So if you look at those brands, and if we were all in the same room, 400 people in the same room, I'd say, what have they got in common? And you'd probably think for a minute and you'd say, well, they're all brands. They're all famous. They've all got customers. They're all trying to work hard to stay relevant to their customers. They're trying to win new customers. They're all competing with other organizations in their sector. They've got tradition and history. They've been around a while. And that's all true, okay? But here, I think, is the start, for me at least, and it's this, is what they've also got in common, which I think is very powerful, is this. So, AC/DC, there's your favorite band, so I'm going to have AC/DC tattooed on my arm. Or there's your favorite drink, so I'll have Coca-Cola slapped somewhere on the back of my neck. Or, I'm not sure about that, but I'm thinking because you're down south, there's going to be a lot of Man U supporters. That's a footballing gag. It's not funny, is it? That tattoo probably seemed like a good idea after a few beers. But I do like the Volvo one. And I don't want to stereotype the Volvo drivers listening in on this, but that caravan becomes an important part of your life, yeah? But ladies and gents, I've saved the best one till last, all right? So just check this out. Check this out and ask yourself actually quite seriously, how hard is he or she to have Harley Davidson tattooed on the back of their head, all right? Now, so my opener is this, right? I'm hopefully going to loop back to this at the end. We'll see if I'm clever enough to do that, right? But my opener is this, is that all those brands have achieved a level of customer loyalty or wow factor to the point whereby their customers are going to get some bodily art, okay? So that got me thinking, how good would you have to be, right, for your year sixes to be like, you know what, you helped me so much during the pandemic. All right, and I know that's probably ridiculous, all right? Maybe it's ridiculous in education. However, the point isn't ridiculous. The point is exactly where myself and all the speakers are going today, and it's this. Pretty much everywhere that I go, whether it's business or education or the health service, there is always a gap between being really good at what you do and being world class. All right. Now, it's that niggly little gap that I'm certainly going to be pushing at, and the other speakers are pushing at all day, really. And world class, so world class for me probably isn't a tattoo, but world class is where your customers, whoever they may be, are going, wow, that was amazing. And it's that. Now, the thing is, the good news, the really good news is that behind the scenes, right, because I know it might not look like it, but we have had rehearsals. Behind the scenes is the senior leadership team are saying lovely things about you behind your back, right? So I'm thinking that you already are world class on a good day. But when the world's doing its absolute worst and we're about to enter lockdown for the second time, it's becoming increasingly hard for us to keep our momentum and our mojo intact. And world class for me requires 400 people across the trust to be rocking and rolling and in a position to give their best. So that's where we're going to position it. We're going to give you some tools and techniques and strategies so that you can shine in a world that's trying to beat the crap out of you. All right. So that wasn't very academic, but that's my intro. So I'm going to leave it at that. Graham, you can lose the slides, mate. That's all it is. If you can think world class, what have you got to do to get your customers to have a tattoo of you?
Thank you, Phil and Andy, for getting the conference off to such a positive start. Good morning, everybody. My name is Emma Dallimore, and I'm one of the Associate Principals here at Leo Academy Trust, and I'll be taking you through the conference today. As Phil has already said this morning, the theme of this year's conference is extremely timely, and I'm looking forward to a wealth of ideas and strategies to help us as we navigate the next phase of this pandemic. Just a few housekeeping things from me. As you are aware, this morning's session will be run on this link. If you are here listening to me, you've passed the first challenge, you've clicked on the correct link for this morning. You do not need to use any other links for the rest of the morning session. This afternoon, however, we will be going over to Google Meet, and you will have received 2 separate links in an email ready for your workshops this afternoon. We will be returning back here to YouTube for the end of our conference. If you have any difficulties throughout the day today, please don't hesitate to contact the telephone number on the screen now, as we have a technical team sitting in the wings ready to support you if you have any difficulties. Okay, now we're going to go on to our first keynote of the day. So, for today's opening keynote, we have not 1 but 2 speakers who have been an integral part of our work on positive and character education. They have supported and guided our staff on their action research projects since the start of the last academic year, and have delivered brilliant, interactive and uplifting virtual workshops to children from year 4 to year 6 across our schools. The founder of Educate to Flourish, Frederica Roberts, is a former teacher with a master's in applied positive psychology who specialises in positive education. Elizabeth Wright is an associate trainer with Educate to Flourish, and she has a master's in character education. This morning, I am very excited by their session, where they will share with us all both the power of action research into wellbeing interventions, and in particular, the journey that our schools have been on. I'd like to give a very warm welcome to Frederica and Elizabeth. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you for that absolutely wonderful welcome, Emma. Hi, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Liz Wright. And I just wanted to come on board first and just give you a little bit of background as to how we ended up working with the absolutely amazing Leo Academy Trust. About 5 years ago, Fred and I started working together because we both had a passion for children's well-being and helping them learning how to thrive and flourish. And because of this passion, Fred went off and did a master's degree in positive psychology, and I went off and did a master's degree in character education. And nearly 2 years ago, Fred and I were commissioned by the amazing Challenger Multi-Academy Trust to come and work with a number of their teachers across their schools in developing their own character education and positive education research. Under the leadership of Seb Sagnier and Stephen Chamberlain, and with Fred's and my guidance and support, these teachers produced absolutely outstanding research utilising the action research method. Action research is probably currently one of the most common research methods for doing character and positive education, as well as educational research. And the reason for this is that action research is a form of self-reflective inquiry undertaken by researchers, in this case teachers, in order to improve their own practices within their own particular situations. So it's oriented towards this idea of problem solving. So you're doing the research in the classroom and you're learning from that research and perhaps discovering some new problems or some new issues or some new ways of doing things that you then cycle back and do some more research once you've kind of completed that initial stage. And I think definitely in light of what's happened this year, the teachers that have started the research at Leo are definitely illustrating this sense of or cyclical nature of action research, because they've certainly learned a lot, and we'll get to that in a moment. In terms of the coming to work with Leo, we did a wonderful event with the Challenger Multi-Academy Trust where we celebrated the amazing research that they did, and some representatives from Leo were there, and they became really keen to get us to come in and work with you guys and support you on your journey towards developing and contributing to the breadth and depth of character and positive education research out there. So Fred and I were commissioned to come and work with you. We set up the project. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to hand over to Fred once she's had a sip of her tea to explain to you exactly how we worked with the teachers who got on board with the initial research.
Thank you so much, Liz, and good morning, everybody. What a great start we've got off to this morning with Phil's introduction and Andy's absolutely rousing introduction there to the day. And yes, so we've been working with the fantastic Leo team now since the start of the 2019-2020 academic year. And we started actually a little bit before that with doing an introductory session, which actually this conference kind of serves the purpose of doing as well for the next cohort that will be joining us out of all of you wonderful people watching today. So the first thing we did is we actually did a twilight session where we introduced action research, we introduced the work we'd done with the Challenger Multi-Academy Trust, and we talked through the timelines. And that then led to a number of interested people joining us for the first session, which is what you can see number 1 on there on the journey. And that was a half-day introductory workshop into character and positive education. And during that session, staff members were able to experience a number of interventions, try out things, play around, and also understand a little bit about the background and the scientific research behind positive and character education. And that really got their creative juices flowing, got them excited about doing their projects, and got them starting to think about what they might want to do when they started their research. The next stage then was a full day of inset on action research training. So that was all about the different types of research and data gathering, looking at things like qualitative and quantitative research, looking at how they might want to actually set out their projects so that they would be ideally placed to give them the best possible data to work with, where to find information for their literature reviews, so where to find other studies on the topics that they were interested in, how to refine the area they might be interested in. And also we did quite a bit of work on how to take all this data. You know, if you take a 20-page report that's been written by academics and it's quite sort of geared towards the scientific community with loads of data, how do you take that and pare that down to getting the key information out of it in 5 minutes so that you can actually see whether it's relevant to you or not, and whether you need to actually dive a bit deeper or whether you put it to one side and move on to the next one. So we did a lot of that. And what was really exciting is that within that first day, we took the teachers through to the point where they actually had a well-formed research question. That's not to mean that at that point it was set in stone, but they actually had a starting point. And we did that by helping them refine it, but they helped each other. They had lots of space and time to do that in that workshop. And it was a really exciting workshop where you could feel, you know, I mean, if you say we're going to do a day on research methods, most people would just go, oh, groan. But actually, I think Liz will agree, and hopefully those of you who are watching who were there will agree, it was actually quite a sizzling kind of day, because you could feel the excitement of people kind of thinking, oh, this is what I could do and this is how I could do it, and coming out of that with a formed research question, which was brilliant. So from there, they actually started doing their background reading and their planning for their research projects. And as you can see on the timeline, that's where things started to go a little bit skew-if for everybody, because that's when COVID kind of struck. It was somewhere between points 3 and 4. So when they were doing their planning, and some of them had actually started doing a lot of their research, and it was for most of the participants, it was actually when they were in the middle of doing their research projects that kids started disappearing out of school. And then eventually it was all remote learning. So points 3 and 4, stages 3 and 4 were quite challenging for our intrepid researchers. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that they've done, as I know Liz is as well. They've done some amazing work with some incredible challenges thrown their way on top of their usual teaching. So stage 5 was the report writing workshop, which was intended to be a 2-hour twilight session to help them plan their reports and look at what challenges they'd encountered in their research, how to report on this, how to kind of explain their data, etc. What it actually ended up being was a very, very hands-on 2-hour remote session supporting them through what the hell do we do now? We've got partial data. What do we do with it? How do we go forward? Can we work with what we've got? Do we scrap it all together? Do we start again next year? Can we integrate the two? And what we've actually found is that most of them could use what they've done and use it to refine what they're doing this year. So actually, in a way, the pandemic has helped them make their research better, because they've had the chance to take what they'd already done, look at what hadn't worked and what had worked, and refine it. And they can now put it into practice in their second shot. And then when they're putting their full report together at the end of all that, they'll have some fascinating data that's going to be unique in terms of the type of research that they've done. So from that, they went to submit some draft reports to me so that we could actually then do what we're doing here today and present their findings back to you. And then stages 7 and 8 were slightly, they were reversed compared to what we would normally do, because normally we would produce the final report and publish it and then come to conference. But because of the COVID disruption, what we've actually done is we're presenting interim findings to you today, and we're so excited about doing this. And then in the spring or early summer, there will be the final reports, which will then help disseminate the work that these amazing teachers have done, not just within the Leo Trust, but actually disseminate it throughout the education community in the UK and why not worldwide. So that's where we've got to right now. So we're at stage 7 today, which is the annual conference. And before we do anything else and talk to you about the reports, I just wanted to really very briefly talk to you about positive education and character education in general, and why we're even doing this, because there has to be a purpose, and you know, what is the purpose of these action research reports? The reason we're doing this has always been important. It's putting well-being and character at the heart of education, and the Leo Trust do this so wonderfully. And that's why we were so excited to work with the Trust when they brought us in. But more than ever, we've seen now with the pandemic how absolutely essential this is. Every day I talk to teachers who tell me this, that, you know, what really matters is supporting well-being, supporting resilience, helping children have those character strengths, and adults have those character strengths that they need to get through these challenges, because this won't be the last challenge we face in our lives, I'm sure. So it's more important than ever. And what positive education and character education are is they're very closely interlinked. So I'm just going to share with you a little bit of what's been written about them. So Seligman and Csikszentmihalyi, who basically are amongst the pioneers of positive psychology, they put strengths and virtues right at the heart of positive psychology when they first introduced positive psychology to the world in the year 2000. So that's bringing in the character strengths right there. And then White and Murray in 2015 talked about what positive education is, and they said there were 3 components: the prevention of mental illness, the promotion of well-being and mental health, and character education. So again, these go hand in hand. And the Jubilee Centre for Character and Virtues, where Liz did her master's in character education, they describe character education as the skills required for human flourishing, and flourishing is what positive psychology is about. So again, absolutely interlinked. And IPEN, the International Positive Education Network, talk about the double helix, and here is the double helix. So it's the intertwining of teaching children to do well academically, but also to develop their character and well-being, and that goes absolutely together. And that's what these action research projects were about, bringing in the interventions, the practices into the classroom, into everyday activities that do this, and then being able to share the results of these with the world. Now, it's really important to mention a little bit about the concept of doing this school-wide and trust-wide, because we're talking today about interventions that are standalone within certain year groups, and that's really important because they form a part, and a very important part, of the big picture, but they wouldn't work on their own. And what's brilliant about the Leo Academy Trust is that they're bringing in this practice of action research to reinforce what they're doing, but what they're actually doing is integrating well-being and character into everything they do across the trust. And there's a little bit there about why it's so important. I won't read that out to you. You will have copies of these slides, so you'll be able to read it in more detail, and all the references on there are on the final slide as well, so you can go off and find out the original papers. But Public Health England in 2014 wrote about the importance of a whole school approach that includes the culture, ethos, environment, how you teach and learn, and also how you interact with families and the community. And again, the Jubilee Centre talk about character education permeating everything that the school does. So this is the context of the work that we've been doing. And having set that context, I'll now hand over to Liz to talk to you about the first bit of research done by Sally King. So over to you, Liz.
Thank you so much, Fred. Yeah, I'm so excited that I get to talk about Sally's work with you. She had this amazing idea for her project, and for me, being a bookworm and about reading, it was just really lovely to read about the points where she got up to and the learnings that she got through that initial stage of research. So Sally's initial project was called "How Does the Development of Self-Reflection in Reading Using the Language of Character Strengths Impact on Learning in Year 2?" To begin with, in the initial planning stages, Sally decided that she was going to focus on 6 character strengths. And these 6 character strengths were, were love of learning, curiosity, zest, hope, perseverance, and creativity. Sally decided to use a mixed method data collection approach using reading assessment data, initial reading reflections, and initial collection of which are the 6 strengths the children were thinking of as they were sitting down reading during reading time. As a class, she introduced them to the 6 strengths and discussed the meaning of them. She wanted to make sure that they understood what these strengths were. And she started working with the children on how they could identify these 6 strengths in the stories that they were actually reading. Sally also began to model the terminology of these 6 strengths through guided reading feedback and individual reading sessions. She was focusing on 1 strength a week, and before the pandemic had so far covered curiosity, perseverance, and zest. In terms of her initial observations, Sally was really excited to see that many of the children were starting to understand each of the character strengths and were starting to use the terminology of each of the strengths within the correct context. And the children were also responding really positively to the meaning of each of the character strengths. And I love the example that she shared in her initial report, where there was a child who was seen as being overeager and impatient to do their reading, but simply by reframing it within the context of character strengths, that child now identified as being a child full of zest. Children were spontaneously using the character terminology in other lessons during class discussions and peer feedback, which really illustrates the understanding that the children were developing on what these character strengths actually were and their meaning. And hope was the character strength that they started working on just before the initial lockdown. And Sally did make some initial observations in terms of this particular character strength, but obviously it was only kind of very initial light touch observations because of the lockdown. And this was or included a focusing more on their responses and showing more self-awareness around their own needs when asked what they were hoping to achieve within the context of their reading. So what next for Sally? Sally was only 1/3 of the way through the research project when lockdown happened, unfortunately. And despite the positive outcomes, Sally, on reflection, felt that there were maybe too many strands, particularly with the character strengths within the research project. So in our kind of discussions, once lockdown had started, she decided that she needed to really narrow down her focus, which both Fred and I thought was a really good idea. She has a new class this year, so Sally is determined to learn from the issues, again, reflecting this idea of character education, of action research, I should say, as being a self-reflective practice where you kind of start the research, learn from any issues, and then come back and refine the research that you're doing. So she's kind of learnt from those issues, refined, as I said previously, by focusing in on one particular character strength, which I think will create a much more robust research project. On that note, the changes that Sally has made in terms of focusing in on one particular character strength, she's decided to focus on hope, especially within the context of the children reflecting on their reading. So Sally's new project has a new working title, and this working title is How Does the Development of Self-Reflection with Focus on the Character Strength of Hope Impact a Year 2 child's view of themselves as a reader and reading progress? She's still determined to use a mixed method approach to research, collecting both qualitative and quantitative data. And in exploring just the single strength of hope, she's providing opportunities for the children to self-reflect on their reading using hope to set their own targets and goals, and really reflecting on how they can develop that feeling and action of hope towards their reading. Sally's project is such a lovely exploration of how using character can help us reflect on and attain goals in reading. And like I said at the start of me talking about Sally's report, I'm a real bookworm, so I'm really excited about this project. And I really have a good feeling that it's going to be really successful for Sally. Everything that she's learned from the initial research will support her in running a more robust and specific piece of research that I'm certain will be helpful for all teachers working with young readers. I'm now going to hand over to Fred, where she will talk to you about Tia Bullen's research.
Thank you so much, Liz. And it's always fascinating, even though I've read the reports, it's always fascinating to hear it all back and see what amazing work has been happening. So Tia was really keen to explore perseverance in Key Stage 2 children, as she sees this as an essential part of supporting learning, being able to persevere through challenges. And she wanted to see whether perseverance could be improved by bringing in interventions over a period of time. So she started off by doing a thorough literature research, looking at the importance of children understanding that frustration and confusion are normal parts of learning. And that's a big learning point, isn't it? To understand that it's not always going to be easy when you're learning something new. If it was easy, you wouldn't be learning. So she looked particularly at Angela Duckworth's work on grit. She looked at Carol Dweck's growth mindset, and also Guy Claxton's perseverance progression map. I always have to, it sounds like a bit of a tongue twister, that one, doesn't it? Perseverance progression map, but there you go, I've managed to say it. So the project was with her Year 3 pupils. She had 26 pupils there, and there were 3 main steps. The first step was to set the children an impossible challenge, in inverted commas, and she gave them 20 minutes to do this, but they could give up at any time, and she would record the time it took them to do this. I'm going to show you the challenge because I'm going to set a challenge to you. After today, you'll have a copy of the slides, or you can also look this one up online because it's quite a well-known challenge. It's called Sam Lloyd's famous trick donkey puzzle. But you can take the slide, print it off, and then cut along the dotted lines. So there is the trick donkey puzzle. You end up with 3 pieces of paper, and let's see if you can do it in less time than the children, or if you just give up straight away. You have to put the riders on the donkeys, and yes, they do have to be the right way around. You know, you don't ride a donkey sitting underneath the donkey. Just saying that, putting that out there. So good luck with that one. I'll say I'm really, really rubbish at persevering with that kind of challenge. When I first came across this, I gave up after a few minutes, and I was throwing the paper around going, no, I'm not doing that. That's not my kind of thing. My brain does not work that way. So I think the children actually did a lot better in their perseverance. So back to Tia's research, that they were set this impossible challenge. And then they were introduced to the concept of perseverance through videos and discussion. And they were then asked to self-assess themselves in terms of where they thought they were with perseverance on a 6-point scale, ranging from I give up before I've even started to I always persevere. They were then not subjected at all, they then did a number of interventions over a period of 3 weeks in groups of 15. And these included things like the learning pit, where they found out that being stuck is part of the learning process. They learned about growth mindset and what perseverance looks like, and what kind of strategies they could put in place to help them persevere when they're learning. And also they saw perseverance modeled throughout every day through the Think Aloud teaching method, which I'm sure Tia will be able to tell you a lot more about than I can, but about verbalizing your thought processes so that you can actually talk through the challenges. And on top of that, they had a daily recognition ceremony at the end of each day where they nominated each other for their perseverance. And they had to be very specific about this. So Tia would keep them on track with their specificity to make sure that they were actually praising perseverance. And every child who nominated someone or who was nominated also got recognized and praised for doing that. And at the end of each day, additionally, each child, one child, out of all the ones nominated was chosen for the Leo Academy Don't Give Up sticker, and their photo was placed on a Perseverance Award poster. So there was lots of that praising the process going on that Carol Dweck talks about. At the end of the intervention, they were set a different impossible challenge, which was a riddle that they saw on screen. At this point, they were actually being taught from home, so this happened throughout halfway through their project. They redid the self-report questionnaire, grading their own perceptions on their perseverance, and they also wrote down some self-reflections on the whole thing. Their results were quite interesting. So none of the children actually solved the puzzle within the 20-minute time limit. But what was interesting is that they actually pretty much, the majority of them, increased on their self-reports how they saw their perseverance. Nearly 60% increased by one descriptor, but quite a few also increased by 2 and even 3 descriptors, how they saw their perseverance. So their perception of how good they were at persevering had increased. Now, when it came to the puzzles, they actually did a lot worse at the second puzzle than at the first one. And there's a few reasons that Tia gives in the discussion of her report that she could see on that. One is that the first puzzle was probably more engaging, and also that the second puzzle happened online remotely. So as well as being less engaging, it perhaps just wasn't a fair test because of the difference. So next time she wants to use 2 more closely related puzzles to have a fairer comparison. On the self-report, she said it sounds great, that they all improved, but it's worth bearing in mind when you do research like this that it's possible that because they knew it was a project about perseverance, they wanted to please her and they wanted themselves to feel that they'd improved, so they actually reported themselves higher. The intervention wasn't very long, so maybe any improvement won't be deep-seated or lasting enough, so that's something to bear in mind as well. And also the fact that they were in the middle of a national crisis when they were doing this may have increased their perseverance scores and their perception of perseverance anyway. Now, in terms of Tia's observations, she noticed that as they were doing the daily award ceremonies, the language they used became increasingly specific about perseverance. They became more and more adept at recognizing and discussing characteristics of perseverance. So she noticed an improvement, and their reflections were really interesting too. And one child said, "I stick with problems a little bit longer than I used to, for example, when we do tricky stuff in maths lessons," which is exactly the whole point of why Tia was doing this research. So it's hugely encouraging. So Tia is keen to repeat this and gather more data, and she will do this taking into account what she's learned so far, and she'll do it this academic year with her Year 5 students. So I can't wait to read the final report on that, and then for us to share it in the actual written reports with the world. So I'll hand back over to Liz now to talk about Laura's work.
Thank you, Fred. I just realised then that I was still had my mic off, so it was lucky I remembered to pop that back on. Yes, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Laura Weeks's original project or initial project that she started just before the whole lockdown and pandemic that happened. Laura's initial project title was "What is the impact of negative behaviour on the attainment and self-esteem of peers in the classroom?" For Laura, the aim of her project was to see whether or not poor behaviour has a negative effect on attainment and self-esteem. Laura wanted to ensure that children with negative attitudes towards learning were being given every possible chance to become possible learners. Laura set up the research with 2 control groups. Each control group was focusing on a different aspect and answering different questionnaires at the end of each day. Thus far, Laura's project has worked, or she's worked with the first control group, focusing particularly on the days where behaviour was more negative. Her aim was to start the second control group answering a different questionnaire that focused instead on the negative impact of behaviour on other pupils. So if there were pupils in the class who had who were expressing negative behavior, what was the impact on the other pupils in that class. The plan was then to introduce a weekly intervention between the two control groups, giving them an opportunity and space to discuss the impact of negative behavior on their learning and self-esteem. Laura was also considering looking at an extra step within the research, which again is illustrating this kind of self-reflective practice of action research, to address the role of the teacher in addressing and managing negative behaviours and how this affected their ability to ensure an equal education for all members of their class. And then, of course, the pandemic and lockdown happened. So for Laura, initial observations included that children were extremely aware of the behaviour of those around them and would often feel that they could not achieve their full potential in class when being distracted by classmates who were perhaps less eager to participate in the learning process. Children displaying negative behaviour were aware that their behaviour had a negative impact on their peers, but did not understand the full consequences of their behaviour. And then, you know, Laura couldn't continue on with the research due to the pandemic and lockdown, but she's hoping to start again this academic year, kind of taking on board all of the learnings that she's had with that initial stage of the research project. In Laura's literature review, she raised the point that those engaged in less negative behaviours in primary school were more engaged with learning in secondary school, showing the importance of the type of research that she's actually doing, which is obviously to ensure that every child is having the opportunity to learn and engage with the learning process. Laura also spoke about how children who are victims of bullying have lower attainment, and that the research shows that negative behaviour and low-level disruptions do have an impact on other behaviours. Therefore, I feel that Laura's research really has such a fantastic potential to contribute to the richness of research in this particular area. And it will be really interesting to see as she kind of develops her research project and kickstarts it again this academic year, what the results will be at the end. And I'm really excited to see the final report once it's all done. I'm now going to hand over to Fred to talk to you about Paula Holmes's research and Melinda Young's research.
Thank you, Liz. And yes, before I do that, I also wanted to say I can see that there is a question there from Rachel Townsend. So I'm sure that Emma and Graham will be able to bring that up for us at the end when we do the Q&A. And if you've got any other questions about anything we're talking about today, the work we've been doing, or about character education and positive education in general, then obviously do type them in, because we will be able to answer them as we do the Q&A session at the end of this. So I'm going to talk about Paula Holmes's work. So Paula had only just got started really with the proper research when the pandemic caused an awful lot of disruption. So her findings are very, very preliminary, but really exciting so far to see what she's done, and I can't wait to see what more she does on this. So Paula's work was also on perseverance, like Tia's, and she wanted to specifically look at the impact of perseverance on achievement in the girls that she was teaching in her class. So by the time the disruption hit due to COVID, she'd started doing a bit of work on growth mindset with them. She'd done the initial assessment with them, but she hadn't actually properly started doing the perseverance work, and unfortunately hasn't managed yet to do the follow-up assessment task. So we don't know what changes there would have been after the perseverance work. However, this is where she will pick it up again in this academic year, looking at perseverance in boys and girls in the year 1 group that she's teaching now, and she's going to film the assessment task as well, so that she can time them and see how they actually persevered, and look at their behavior while they're doing the task as well. So the task itself, the assessment task as a benchmark, was to build a tower from cards. That was the task she gave them, and she did this with 10 girls in her class. So I won't be talking about percentages, because obviously a 10% change would only be 1 out of 10 girls, so it can skew those percentages quite a bit. But I'll talk about the initial findings from the data she gathered to start with in terms of individual girls. So before the task, most of the girls were actually quite positive about the task and their day at school. So 5 out of them reported being excited, and 4 of them said that they were really happy. So that was a very positive thing. Now, what was interesting is that after the task, only 7 out of the 10 reported positive language about how they were feeling. 1 of them was upset and 2 of them were frustrated. However, the happy score had gone from 4 to 5 girls. Now, this is where, of course, having done the perseverance work after the initial assessment and then redoing a challenge assessment would be really interesting, because perhaps they were feeling frustrated and upset because they hadn't learned yet that failure, frustration, feeling confused, all of those things, as we saw with Tia's research, that they are a normal part of learning. And of course, the work that Paula wanted to do with them was for them to learn about that. And so it would have been really interesting to see what happens afterwards. But we will see that when she does this with her year 1 cohort. And I'm really excited to actually see that with children so young as well, and see what the outcome of the research is. Now, in terms of their focus, it was really good. 6 out of 10 girls didn't talk at all during the task. They were absolutely focused. What they didn't do really well is ask for help. Only 3 out of the 10 girls asked for help. However, when Paula offered them help, the 6 out of the 10 girls were quite good at taking it. So again, maybe part of the perseverance work that she will do with the year 1s this year might be about, how persevering also includes asking for help. Who knows? I'll be really interested to see that. Actually, only 1 of the 10 girls built a tower, but all of them, no, the majority of them did build something, just not necessarily the tower they were meant to build. So they did actually give it a good go. And the majority of the girls, 4 out of the 10, actually took 10 minutes on task. And the range was from 1 to 2 minutes all the way up to 10, which was the longest. So that's as far as Paula got, but I'm really excited to see what she does with the year 1 girls and boys in this academic year, and to see actually what happens in terms of changes after she's done some perseverance work with them, which is of course where the exciting part really lies. And so I'll move on to Melinda's research. Now, Melinda had an interesting task because Melinda didn't have a class of her own to teach. And this is something that I'd like to really stress before Liz later on talks about the timescales and the journey that you will go on if you join us on the next cohort of the research. And that is that although we're seeing research projects here that are pupil focused, and we're seeing mostly projects that are done by class teachers, if you're sitting there and thinking, well, I don't teach a class, I'm senior leadership, or I work in the office or in the kitchen, or I come in and teach music for 2 hours a week, it doesn't matter actually. You can still come up with projects to do. And also the projects don't have to be pupil-centered projects. Character education, positive education is also really important, as we were looking at earlier when I introduced the concepts, as a whole school. So it's also about staff well-being and staff character development. So if you're thinking, well, I'd like to do something with staff, then by all means, come and join us on the project, because there is lots and lots that you can do. It doesn't just have to be you as a class teacher. Now, what Melinda did is she borrowed a class for her project. So Melinda wanted to look at the impact of mindfulness activities, specifically free drawing and mandala colouring activities, on the anxiety that pupils felt before tests. And so she chose to do this during the SATs practice tests, the SATs mocks in year 6, and she borrowed a class of 30 pupils to do this. Now, during that week, that was when we eventually went into the first lockdown. And so during that week, parents were starting to take children out of school because they were worried. So she started with 30, children started dropping out as the week went on, and then we went into lockdown. So by the end of it, she had 13 children. And as any good researcher, the only data that she has used to actually report her findings on was for the 13 children that were present for the full 4 days of the research project, so that it's the most accurate that it can be. So her hypothesis was that either doing a free drawing activity or a mandala colouring activity would reduce anxiety or increase calm. in children before a test. And she also hypothesized that there would probably not be much difference between the free drawing and the mandala coloring activity in terms of the impact. So to measure their anxiety, she used something called the short STAI, which is the State Trait Anxiety Inventory, which is a shortened version of a longer questionnaire, and this has been designed to be used by children. But she adapted it a little bit to make it more familiar by adding emojis to it. And the way the questionnaire works is it has 6 statements that are very straightforward. So statements such as I feel calm, I feel worried, etc. And children rate themselves on a 4-point Likert scale for each statement. So the points are not at all, somewhat, moderately, and very much. So they all did this on day 1 and then went off and did their first SATS mock. And then on day 2, they came in and they picked an envelope at random, which gave them an instruction to either do some free drawing or to do a mandala coloring activity, which would have been in the envelope. And whatever they picked at random on day 2, they did for days 2, 3, and 4. And so days 2, 3, and 4, they did their randomly allocated drawing or coloring activity for 5 minutes in silence. Then they did the self-assessment STAI questionnaire again, and then they did their SATS test. So these are the results that Melinda found. Overall, by the end of the 4 days, there was an increase in the level of calm reported by the children. In terms of the worry levels, those were, the number of children that reported being worried was pretty stable all the way through the project. And also how relaxed they felt didn't change an awful lot. So she felt, in conclusion, that based on her findings on a very limited number of children, but also based on the previous existing literature, that there is some evidence to suggest that doing a free drawing or a mandala coloring activity before a test may increase feelings of calm and reduce anxiety. Because most of the children that were left that actually completed the 4 days had randomly selected the free drawing activity. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to compare the 2 activities to each other in terms of impact. So in terms of the discussion on this that Melinda wrote up, she felt that maybe where there were pupils that reported being more worried or upset as time went on, this could have, of course, been impacted by the increasing worry around the pandemic and what was happening around them, and all of their friends going off, leaving schools, and then, of course, the lockdown being implemented. Also, for those that were quite calm and relaxed anyway, they knew there were mocks, so this may have impacted on the fact that they were perhaps not as anxious as they would be for real exams. And also, she said that the teachers at the school, which I think is quite common across the trust, were very, very good at preparing the kids and making sure that they were calm and relaxed and not particularly anxious about their SATs, and saw them as part of their everyday lives. So there weren't massive anxiety levels to start with, so it was quite difficult to see massive changes, of course. And also she posited that it may be that the children became more relaxed as the week went on because they were more familiar with the testing regime. So a lot of confounding factors potentially in there, as you will find if you do any research and if you read any research, that always happens. And the important thing is in your discussion of the research to just acknowledge those so that you know that the findings might have been impacted. So future directions for this, Melinda would love to, and I would too, and as would Liz, to see this repeated perhaps on a bigger scale in more schools, to see if this is actually something that can have an impact, if we can reduce the level of anxiety children feel when they're doing free draw or mandala colouring activities. She would love to see whether there is an actual difference between the 2 activities, whether one's more effective than the other. The important thing there is also looking at control groups. So if she were to run it again, or if somebody else wanted to pick this up and running again, a couple of things that she's considered is that you might want to either have a third group of children that either have no activity at all, although that could be a bit awkward if they're just sitting there for 5 minutes doing nothing. So the alternative would be to give them perhaps a totally unrelated placebo activity, just to see if that makes a difference, or to run it with 2 classes, and for one class to do no activity but just the STAI test every morning, followed by their SATs, and to see whether they have any different results to the ones that do the colouring or the free draw activity. And yes, that's it. Oh yes, the other one was obviously it might be more accurate to do it with real exams that matter. But as Melinda accurately pointed out in her discussion and future directions part of the report, that wouldn't be highly ethical. So probably not a good idea to start testing on children, experimenting on children when they're actually doing real exams that matter. So that's the final part of our report findings from the amazing researchers. And Liz will now talk to you about the process that you will be going through and the timescales if you join us. And I really, really hope that lots of you join us for the next cohort. You'll have plenty of time before we even get started. So things will have settled down with the pandemic by now. You'll be in a better position, hopefully, than the researchers have been in that have done it so far. And the ones that have done it so far have done an amazing job despite the circumstances. So I have no doubt that you'll be able to do some great work. So I hope you'll join us. And here's Liz telling you a bit about the journey that you'll go in.
Thank you very much, Fred. Hopefully, I want to echo what Fred just said, that you've seen the potential of character and positive education research, and that hopefully it's perhaps kickstarted some ideas. Maybe there's been something you've been wanting to try out in your classroom anyway, and maybe it's about thinking, well, can I make this part of a research project? Or perhaps you've heard some of the research that's been happening with these teachers that Fred and I have been talking about, and maybe it's sparked an idea of how you could take one of these research projects further. So even if you have just a tiny spark of interest, definitely reach out, ask more questions, and see if it's something that you would actually be able to fit within the timetable and make it part of your classroom activity. And hopefully, I'm going to tell you the timescales for the next cohort of researchers, and hopefully this will give you a better idea of how you might be able to make this fit in with your classwork and or your wider schoolwork. For example, as Fred said, you don't have to be a teacher to be doing this research. You could be working in the office or the kitchen or be part of the SLT. So the timescales for the next cohort go like this. So in April-May 2021, there will be an introduction session run by Educate to Flourish on character and positive education. In June-July 2021, there will be training on action research. So, Educate to Flourish is not going to leave you in the loop. You will have a full understanding of what character and positive education is, and how to actually implement action research. In summer 2021, participants will do their background reading and research preparation. And in the autumn term of 2021, participants will start to carry out their research projects in school. In November and December 2021, Educate to Flourish will hold a training session to help staff write their reports. And then in January 2022, it seems so far away right at the moment, but trust me, it'll probably be January 2022 before we know it. Participants will then submit their reports to E2F, or Educate to Flourish. And then in spring 2022, the research report will be released before the Easter holidays. And then when in 2022, the next Leo Academy conference, annual conference happens, that's when hopefully you will have an opportunity to present the reports on the research that you have undertaken. So, you'll get plenty of support during this process from Educate to Flourish as well as Leo Academy. And I really hope that you consider taking up this opportunity to contribute to the amazing breadth and depth of character and positive research that is already out there. And if you are interested, you can contact Dominic Briggs to find out more information about how you can take part. Or I'm sure, you could contact Fred as well from Educate to Flourish, and she can definitely answer any questions as well. We're now going to take a few questions to answer. So if you do have some questions, do please pop them in. I think it's the YouTube chat that we're popping them into. And then after Q&A, Fred will return with some closing thoughts.
Thanks, Fred and Liz. Just got a couple of questions came in from the app that I thought would just be really useful to share, if I may. I'm just going to bring one onto the screen now. And it says, at Leo, we're currently taking part in other action research projects in assessment for learning, Rose and Shine principles, and flipped learning. What tips would you give them on conducting research?
Okay, shall I start, Liz, or do you want to?
You can start.
So the main thing is to really plan your research in advance, really think very carefully about your research question. One of the biggest things that we've done whenever we've worked with researchers in school, whether it's at Lea or before that at Challenger, and also with another school we worked with that did some action research around the objectives and KPIs for the school, is to be very, very specific with your research question. I know Liz will remember the sessions that we've run where we go, okay, but this is still a very broad question. Be more specific, be more narrow. You're literally talking about, with this specific group of children in this specific set of circumstances, what will this achieve? And rather than saying, what changes will this create, be specific about what changes it might create, and will doing X, Y, and Z create ABC changes. So be very specific and plan, and that way you can actually set out your research in a way that sets out to look at specifically what you want to find out, so that you're not then looking at your data and thinking, well, actually what I've got doesn't tell me what I need to know.
I think as well, it's keeping in mind the cyclical nature of action research. So don't be scared if more questions, as Fred just said, kind of, there might be more questions that are thrown up from the research that you've done. That's actually part of the process, and that's part of the continuing cycle of research that will actually help to strengthen the research that you're doing. So don't be afraid if more questions are actually thrown up in the whole process.
Oh, we can't hear you, Graham.
Sorry, we've spoken quite a lot about staff research, but someone's also asked an interesting question about involving children in this. I'm just going to pull that on screen now. And the question was, is there more we can be doing to encourage children to be more research driven?
I actually feel really passionate about this, so I'll jump in if I may, Liz. I'm very passionate about seeing children do more of this, and actually I think that the pandemic has given us a massive opportunity in education to move away from a model of teacher telling and children absorbing, and actually setting children on a path. Because particularly if you've got children where you've got blended learning going on perhaps at some point, or you've got children, all of them working from home, it's not realistic to think that you're just going to be teaching them from the front. And so setting them projects and showing them where to find information and teaching them how to sift through information. Children are not lacking information. What they're lacking at an early age is how to sift through that information, all this stuff about fake news and everything. So giving them the opportunity to use their critical thinking skills to critically evaluate what they're looking at and to then come up with the answers. My daughter's studying medicine, and everything she's doing is based on problem-based learning. They get given a problem at the beginning of the week. They have to go away and find the information. They have some learning points to get out of that, and it's up to them how they get there. And I think the earlier we can teach children to do that, the more equipped they will be for life later on.
And I think kind of linked to all of this is we've talked about character education, and as part of character education, positive education, there's the VIA character strengths, and curiosity is one of the biggest things, and love of learning is part of those character strengths. So you can even tap into character and positive education to actually help encourage children to be more research driven as well, which is brilliant.
Graham, again, we can't hear you, sorry.
Oh, we'll get better at that. We've probably got time for one more question, if okay. And that is to say, just bring it on screen now. I would like to implement some character education techniques with my class. Where shall I start?
Join us for the next cohort of the project. That's what I would say. That's the quick and easy answer. But if I may, just very quickly, I'd say lots of activities in here as well. And I think you've got copies across the trust as well. So have a look, because there's loads and loads of activities in there to just get you started. But really, if you want to have a proper deep dive into this, join us on the next cohort, and you'll have lots of ideas of things you can do, not just for your research, but other things that you can implement.
Excellent. Do we have time for one more? Actually, one more question, and that's
one very quick one. Yeah,
I know we've sort of just touched on slightly earlier, and that's to say, how can we support character education in a hybrid in-school and at-home learning environment?
Liz, is there anything you want to add from a character perspective there?
Yeah, I just think, in terms of character education activities and research, they're so adaptable across the board. I mean, Fred held up our book. There's so many activities in there that are appropriate for so many different ages and ways of learning. So I think it's just taking yourself that creative approach to looking at different activities and learning processes and understandings and just applying it in those different ways. It is possible.
Yeah, and again, as Liz said before, developing those traits of love of learning, of curiosity, but also things like teamwork and how you can apply that in a hybrid environment, leadership, all of those character strengths. You know, if you work on those, there's lots of activities that children can do independently, and then you can have breakout groups in even in hybrid environments. You can come back together and do projects. You can use virtual whiteboards to do projects, all sorts of things where you can bring the ideas together, but ultimately strengthening their character is going to help them to deal with all of these challenges. So it's more important than ever to do it.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I know that you're part of the panel session slightly later on, so hopefully during that time we'll be able to sort of ask more questions.
Absolutely, yes, thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions so far. So I just want to give you a few parting words, really, because one of the reasons we're here today, of course, is to share the fantastic work that's been done by the action researchers that we've presented to you today, and we couldn't be more proud of the work that they've done, and we can't wait to be able to share their research in the written report, and they've written their own reports, so when they complete those with the up-to-date research, we can't wait to actually share those with the world. But this is my call to action and Liz's call to action to you, all of you sitting watching this today, and to just be brave. Embrace your character strength of bravery, embrace the character strength of curiosity, and embrace the character strength of leadership, and take this opportunity, because you have a unique opportunity at an unprecedented point of time in history to actually shape the future of education. And I honestly don't think it's hyperbole to say that. You can shape the future of education, because every little action research project that happens that then gets shared with the wider education community impacts on what the rest of that education community does. And ultimately, you have the chance with this research to show other educators and to show decision makers in Parliament, to show the Department for Education that actually this stuff matters. It's not grades or well-being and character. It is grades and well-being and character. The two absolutely go hand in hand. And the research does support that doing the well-being and character stuff supports better academic achievement. And you have the chance to show that this works in schools across the UK by contributing your action research. So do get in touch with Dominique. I'll put her details on the screen again. Do get in touch with her, or do get in touch with me, and let's do this together. And I can't wait to work with you in the next academic year. Thank you so much.
Fred and Liz, a huge thank you for such a great opening keynote. As you know, we are passionate about research-informed practice at Leo, and it's really empowering to hear the case studies of those who've started their research journeys already, and a big thank you to all of you. I wholeheartedly agree with you about the link between the development of good character and how an individual will flourish in life. We look forward to continuing to embed this knowledge in our wellbeing strategy this year. Thank you to both of you, and we look forward to hearing more from you later today.
Thank you.
We're now going to take a very short 5-minute comfort break, and we ask you all to return promptly at 9:55. Oh no, we won't, 10 o'clock. See you soon. Welcome back from your very quick comfort break. I hope you are all enjoying the morning as much as we are. Our next speaker, in my opinion, is one of the bravest and most inspiring people you could meet. Kim is an ambassador for the Jo Cox Foundation, which was set up after the tragic murder of her sister Jo Cox back in June 2016. Since Jo's death, Kim has demonstrated incredible strength and devoted much of her time to creating a positive legacy for her sister, working tirelessly to create as much positive energy and action as she can. Through her work in Yorkshire and across the UK, Kim champions the importance of strong communities where everyone has a sense of identity and belonging, which is very much inspired by Jo's words in her first speech to Parliament when she said, "We have far more in common than that which divides us." We are truly grateful to Kim for agreeing to join us today and sharing her story. Thank you, Kim.
Oh, thank you so much, Emma, for that lovely introduction. That was really, really nice. Thank you. And it is a real pleasure and a real honour to join you all today out there, wherever you may be. It's so hard for me to do stuff like this because so much of what I do is based around interaction with people and body language and being in the same room as people, and I'm really missing that. So I'm glad to be here virtually, but it's such a shame we couldn't do this in person. So before I start my official presentation, how are you all? It's all a bit bonkers, isn't it? It's all a bit, well, more than a bit bonkers. It's totally bonkers at the minute. And my heart is with everybody working in education at the moment. I just think you're doing such an amazing job. It is so challenging. My partner teaches. I've got lots of friends who teach and, you know, work in schools in lots of other really important roles. And it's tough. And my heart is really with you. So well done for everything that you're doing. My presentation might be a little bit different in some ways from some of the others that you're going to hear today. I am speaking to you as professionals, as people who work in education, but I guess I'm also speaking to you as human beings, as mums and dads and brothers and sisters and daughters and sons. And really my focus will be on resilience, which I think is something that is clearly at the moment more important than ever. And this is resilience of children and young people, but it's also resilience of every single one of us to get through the tough times that we're going through. I'm not an expert in anything that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to tell you my story, and I'm going to tell you some of the stuff that we've done in the last few years. And I'm hopefully going to provide you with some ideas and some inspiration professionally and personally that you can take away from the session today. So let's try this technology. Let's get this screen shared from beginning. Can you see me? Is it there? Let's minimize that. Share screen, share screen. It's a whole new world. Am I there? Can you see me, guys? Yep, I'm going to crack on.
You're not. Do you want me to bring in your slides, Kim?
Oh, I should be. Hang on a second. I thought I'd got this sussed. Let's do it again. Oh, hang on. I think I've got it. The power of technology. Am I there, Graham? Give me a yes.
Yeah, you're all there. Good to go.
Brilliant, lovely. Right, let's do this then. Okay, so yes, as I have said, my name is Kim Leadbeater, and I work as an ambassador for the Jo Cox Foundation, and I also chair a volunteer group here in West Yorkshire, where I am coming to you from this morning, called More in Common Batley and Spen. And the reason I do both those things and lots of other things is because I am Jo Cox's sister. And for anybody that doesn't know, Jo was the MP for Batley and Spen, who was murdered in June 2016. And I'm very honest and very open about the fact that since that day, I know I haven't dealt with what's happened to our family. What I've done instead, rightly or wrongly, is I have got my head down and I've tried to work as hard as I can to do stuff in Jo's name that she would be incredibly proud of, and to create a really positive legacy for her by making a difference on some of the issues that she cared about and some of the issues, sadly often, that our country faces and has faced in the past few years. And you know, that's been my way of coping. So when we talk about resilience, I'm not saying that I've got it right at all, but hopefully by doing something positive in the most difficult and horrific of circumstances, that is certainly one way of getting through. And I think that really resonates with the situation we all find ourselves in at the moment. In terms of my background, this was all very, very new to me. My background initially was in sales, and then I found my real passion, which was working in the health and fitness industry. I did my degree when I was a little bit older. I did my degree at 25, and my degree was in physical activity and health and well-being. And this is something I feel really passionately about, which again, I think really resonates with your conference today, taking a holistic approach to people's well-being, young people and adults as well. So looking, yes, physically how we're doing, but also mentally, socially, spiritually, you know, everything encompassing the whole person, the whole child, in terms of how we are doing in terms of looking after ourselves. I then, after I did my degree, went on to be a lecturer at a couple of local colleges in Dewsbury and Bradford. So I have got some very first-hand experience of education. I really appreciate the power of education to change lives, but I also really appreciate the pressure that there is in education on your life, and it's tough. I only ever taught a maximum of 3 days a week, because that was as much as my sanity could take, and I did love it. I really loved it, but I subsidised my income by having my own business as well. So I kept going with my physical activity work. I used to teach exercise classes, lots of boxercise, circuit training, but my favourite stuff was the cheesy 80s aerobic sessions that I used to do. And a big part of those classes was about people coming together and the social contact and the interaction that it provided, not just about the physical workout. I also do one-to-one sessions working as a personal trainer. And again, that for me was really about looking at the whole person holistically, at their well-being. It's not just about doing exercises, it's about mental well-being, and I still do some personal training alongside the work that I do for the foundation. I haven't managed to go back to teaching any cheesy aerobics classes yet. I would find that too difficult, I think, partly because Jo used to come to my classes and she loved it. I remember one example very clearly when we were literally dancing around her little boy who had only just been born, but Jo was determined that she was going to come and do the workout. So we all danced around him, and he had a wonderful time as much as anybody else. I play hockey in my spare time. That's my sport. That's one of the ways that I release my energy and a lot of the stresses and tension of current times, although sadly that's now cancelled along with everything else. But I was new to the voluntary sector. New to campaigning, new to public speaking, hadn't done any of that sort of stuff before Jo was killed, and wasn't party political. And actually, I'm not party political now. I've always been very interested in politics, but we weren't a political family growing up, and that was the route that Jo took. But she took it in her own way of making a difference to people's lives. And that's where Jo and I were absolutely two peas in a pod, very people focused, very interested in people's stories and what's going on in their lives. The other links I have to education, I guess, would be that when I started doing my physical exercise classes and sessions, I went into a lot of schools delivering sessions to secondary school and primary school children, and I absolutely loved it. The buzz of seeing young people jumping around, dancing around, having a great time was hugely powerful, and I do feel passionately about the role of physical activity in young people's well-being. And I think sadly often PE and exercise is pushed to the bottom of a whole lot of other priorities. And I understand the importance of other subjects, but in terms of giving people long, healthy lives, we should never be underestimating the importance of physical activity. My dad was a school governor. My mum was a school secretary for the large part of her career. So I've always had a real affinity with education. What my situation means, I suppose, above all else, is that I've got absolutely no agenda in any of the stuff that I'm doing. And all I'm trying to do is something good from something unbelievably horrific. And I found that is a really strong position to be in. It's also quite a scary position at times. But I was really clear that I loved my life. I didn't want my life to change. I had no desire to be on the telly. I had no desire for people to know who I was. And we always used to say to Jo, you know, we'll support you. We're really proud of you, but we want to be behind the scenes. We don't want anyone to know who we are. And Joe, in true Joe style, would say, "Oh yeah, it's fine. Your lives won't change at all. I'll just go do my thing." And as we've said on many occasions, we are where we are. And talking about Joe, a little bit more about her as a person. Joe was genuinely one of the nicest, kindest, most lovely people you could hope to meet. And I know everybody says that when people die, don't they? But she really was. She was really annoying. She was really ditzy and dizzy, and like she'd never have any money on her or the right clothes to wear. She forgot to take her bike on a cycling holiday. You know, she'd always just turn up totally unprepared because she was always looking at the bigger picture. So the minutiae of life sometimes escaped her. So she was really annoying, but she was genuinely incredibly lovely. What a lot of people also don't know is that she was actually very shy when we were children. And I always talk about this when I'm talking to young people in particular, because I think young people see people in the public eye and assume that that's what they've always been like. They've always been confident and able to stand up and speak. And Jo wasn't. When we were kids, she would always push me forward and say, "Oh, Kim, you do it. You know, you ring for the bus timetable, or you order the takeaway, or whatever it might be." So she had to work really hard to get to where she got to. We had a lovely childhood. We were blessed with two parents who loved us dearly and instilled in us a core set of values and beliefs. You know, and I'm not talking about fancy things. I'm just talking about treating people with respect, treating people how you would wish to be treated, compassion, understanding. Sadly, those values were also accompanied by dreadful matching outfits and hairdos. As you can see from the pictures there, anybody who's a similar age to me will recognise that beautiful basin cut that we've got going on there. But we had a wonderful childhood, and our parents supported us and cared for us in a truly fantastic way. But we're also blessed with a great education. And again, I think that's why I feel so strongly about the role of education. We had great primary schools, secondary school, you know, some brilliant teachers and staff working in schools who did make a big impact on our lives. So what I'll talk about now is three main things. The first is the Jo Cox Foundation, which is the organisation that we set up after Jo was killed. The second is the More in Common community, and the third is the Great Get Together. And the three of those things do interlink and interweave. I just wondered, is there any pressing questions before I go on? Anything anybody would like to just ask or comment? I'm so sad that I can't see you all. Graham, anything coming through?
Not yet, Kim, but when there are, perhaps I'll just jump in and read them out for you, if that works for you. Brilliant,
that would be good. As long as everyone's still out there and doing okay. Okay, so the Jo Cox Foundation. So the months after Jo was killed, and I have to be honest, I don't remember much about that time, but it was one of those situations where there wasn't anything anybody could do to make things any better. But one thing that people do in these situations is they donate money. And from the money that was donated, we supported 3 charities that we know Jo would have supported. So we supported the White Helmets, which is the voluntary organisation in Syria, who essentially pull people and children out of bombed buildings, and they are a voluntary ambulance service on the ground. So we supported the White Helmets with a big chunk of money. We supported the Royal Voluntary Service locally here in West Yorkshire, who work on loneliness and isolation, particularly on older people. And we supported the organisation called Hope Not Hate, who are a group who work to tackle extremism, and particularly right-wing extremism. And because of the nature of Jo's murder, we picked them. So we gave most of the money to those causes because we know that that's what Jo would have wanted. With the money that was left, we set up the foundation. And as you can possibly imagine, at that time, there was no grand plan. There was no one sitting down in a room going, right, what should we do? It was very, very organic. And initially, I guess we set out to finish some of the work that Jo had started. So looking at some of the issues that she'd started working on, and the biggest example of that, I guess, is loneliness. But there wasn't, like I say, a long-term plan for that. But over the past 4 years, we have developed into an organisation working on a variety of issues that Jo cared about, but also that the country, I think, is dealing with at the moment. In terms of our team, we're only a small team. We describe ourselves like Jo, small and mighty. And it took us, the first couple of years to come up with really what our vision and our mission were. But we've got those now. And really, we're working towards a kinder, more compassionate society where everyone has a sense of belonging, a sense of identity. And we recognise that as human beings, we've got more in common than that which divides us. And I'll come on to that expression shortly. And our mission is to galvanise positive change locally, nationally and internationally. A lot of what we do is about partnering with other organisations and individuals who share the vision that Joe had and that we had for a fairer, kinder, more compassionate world. In terms of the 3 strands to our work, I'll just talk about those briefly. Locally, this sense of building compassionate, connected communities is really important to us. And I think, a lot of this comes from when Joe was killed. There was a real sense, and so many people said this to us and said it to me since, how could something like that happen? What has happened to our country where a woman going about her business, could be killed in such a horrific way? What has happened to our country? What has happened to our communities? And sadly, there's lots of other examples of horrific things happening at a community level that lead to that question. So we're trying to build this sense of community. One of the main ways that we do that is through the Great Get Together campaign, which I'll come on to again shortly, and also by building this more in common community. So that's the very localised work, which actually then spans out nationally as well. Other things that we do at a national level: working on building a better public life, tackling abuse and intimidation. In 2016, when Joe was killed, I'm sure you'll remember, it was all around the time of the Brexit vote, and there was a real toxicity in public debate. This was about the treatment of politicians and other people in public life being horribly abused on social media, but also physically. Offices being attacked, windows being broken. But there was also, for me, a real sense of lack of decent debate amongst politicians and leaders themselves. So there was a real sense that, hang on a minute, we obviously are at a situation now where lots of people disagree on one particular issue and lots of issues, but we've lost that ability to disagree with compassion and understanding. So one of the things that we do through the foundation is try and build a more respectful dialogue. And we're doing that by devising a joint standard of conduct for all the political parties to sign up to. Because from my perspective, you can't have politicians complaining about the way that they're being treated if they are part of the problem as well. So that's one strand of work. We also encourage cross-party work on important issues. And this is really about how Jo did her job as an MP. She wasn't tribal in her politics. She'd worked in war zones and countries around the world where people had little food, little water, and sadly, often very little hope. But she cared about making a difference to people's lives. And when she came back to the UK to start a young family, that's why she went into politics. And she was happy to work on a cross-party basis to tackle the issues that mattered to people. And again, our work on loneliness is a really good example of that. Jo had started working on loneliness with Seema Kennedy, who was then a Conservative MP. And after Jo was killed, Rachel Reeves, a Labour MP, picked up that work with Seema in partnership, and they turbocharged work on loneliness to the extent where we ended up with the world's first ever government strategy on loneliness and the appointment of the world's first ever Minister for Loneliness. So by picking an issue and working on a cross-party basis, we saw how you can make real change. Now, that's clearly not always easy on some issues, but I think if you have that as your overriding approach, working with people who you may disagree with on things, that's a really important way of doing things. And we've certainly done that through the work of the foundation. We're very keen to inspire the next generation of women and young people to enter public life, even though it can be a really tough place. How can we encourage good people to want to put themselves forward? And again, we do work on that locally and nationally. An initiative that we set up at the start of lockdown was part of our national work that goes on at the moment. You'll remember back in March, there was a real sense of men in suits on the telly telling you everything that you couldn't do. And it was really quite a scary time. And as an organisation, we felt, hang on a minute, where are the voices talking about human connection? Where are the voices talking about the human impact of lockdown and the virus? And there were lots of organisations doing things, brilliant work, but we felt it needed all pulling together. So we set up an organisation called the Connection Coalition. And we set it up with the Red Cross and Mind. We got some funding from Nesta and Facebook. And through this organisation, we asked people to sign up, share resources, share good practice, share their ideas about how we could get through the months together. And now we've got 600 organisations signed up. We've done various webinars across the summer, and we're going to continue with those going forward. So this idea of human connection, and I think, again, this is something that we need to think about in education, how we keep the human bonds of connection and kindness going while we're all facing this overriding really tough situation. Internationally, there's not many of us at the foundation, so we're not in every country, but what we do is we support organisations and initiatives around the world that champion the causes that Jo believed in. And a couple of years ago, we were delighted when the Department for International Development launched the Jo Cox Memorial Grants. And these are projects that are being carried out in, I think it's 18 countries around the world in Jo's name, looking at building community where communities are at risk of breaking down, looking at women's empowerment, and we've got some amazing organisations running those projects in Jo's name. So that's kind of how we run the foundation, and we do that because essentially that reflects Jo's life. Local work, nationally, and then internationally. Jo was a Yorkshire lass, very proud of her roots, and the stuff we do here in Batley and Spen is really fundamental to the work of the foundation, but she'd also gone on to have this national role as an MP. So it's really important that we spread that work out across the whole country, and then internationally to reflect the work that she'd done for a big chunk of her life in the voluntary sector. And if you want more information about the foundation, there's loads of stuff on the website. You can go on there and have a look. Okay, next thing I'm going to talk about, more in common. Jo and I were brought up here in Batley and Spen, and it's a very diverse community, probably like lots of the areas where you guys live and work in. But what Jo observed, having gone round, knocking on doors, campaigning and canvassing, is that despite those differences and despite that diversity, which she felt, as I do, should be celebrated, but if we cut through all that, we're actually far more united and have got far more in common than that which divides us. And those words have become something of a beacon of hope in difficult times in the last few years. And just to be clear, more in common isn't about either pretending that we're all the same or pretending that we agree on everything, because the world would be a very boring place if that was the case. But what it is about is acknowledging the differences, acknowledging the different viewpoints, but remembering how to connect on a human level on the things that we share. And I always quote really simple examples. You know, we all want to put food on the table for our families. We want our kids to be well looked after. We hopefully, the majority of us, want to live peacefully together. So how do we cut through the differences and acknowledge the differences in a positive way while keeping those shared bonds of humanity? And that, for me, is what more in common is about. And I think it's a really important principle to take into education and when we're working with young people. We've had a local school who has actually developed a kind of more in common curriculum based around that principle, and it does fit in. I'm not quite sure where we are in education now with PSHE, but it fits in with a lot of that kind of work, and we're more than happy for schools to use this sort of more in common principle if it's helpful in any way. And it's well worth a watch of Jo's maiden speech if you've never seen it. She really does encapsulate the local area. And she talks about Fox's Biscuits, which I'm hoping lots of you have heard of, and the factory is here just in Batley. She talks about the Frontier nightclub, which some of you may even have heard of, which was Batley Variety Club back in the day, where we used to get some of the big acts coming and performing. And just that real sense of place, that real sense of community. So what is the more in common community? Well, what happened locally after Jo was killed, which is what we often see in horrific situations, is people didn't allow themselves to be any more divided than was absolutely inevitable because of Jo's murder. People got together and said, hang on a minute, there's a real tangible sense here that this community could be torn apart by this. But they didn't let that happen. So they came together, a bunch of volunteers, some who knew Jo, some who didn't know Jo, and they formed this more in common group. And we started doing things, events, to pull the community together. Now, what I didn't know at the time was that other groups were setting up across the country. So we had groups in Darlington, in Boston, in Lincolnshire, and in London, setting up and, really just in disbelief about what had happened to Joe and saying, hang on a minute, we're better than this. This country is better than this. Let's pull together. So what we're doing now through Joe's Foundation is developing this grassroots movement, this grassroots network where we can work together across the country to build these strong and compassionate communities that I've talked about. One of the nicest More in Common stories is the group in Boston in Lincolnshire and the group in Lambeth in London. Lambeth had the highest Remain vote in the EU referendum, and Boston had the highest Leave vote in the EU referendum. And instead of viewing each other as sworn enemies who would never want to speak to each other, they actually reached out to each other and said, hang on a minute, why did this happen? How did this happen? What's going on in your community for that vote to go that way? And what's going on in your community for you guys to vote like that? And they've developed a friendship, and they visit each other. They have coach parties where they go and visit each other and understand each other's community. Sadly, obviously, that's not happening at the moment, but that will be picked up again as soon as we're able. And I guess that's what we're trying to develop with this More in Common network. How do we understand what is going on in communities different to our own, as well as understanding what's going on in our own community? And this is really about counteracting the narrative of division and negativity. Just before lockdown, I thought we were maybe getting somewhere with pulling the country back together. Sadly, the virus hit, and we saw a real positive sense of togetherness at the start of lockdown, but I think it's probably fair and realistic to say that that is fraying at the seams somewhat now, and we are seeing those divisions rising again for various different reasons. So I think the More in Common message and the More in Common community is needed more than ever. But these are just normal people who want to make a difference and do something positive. Again, not party political at all. We have people who are in our group who are Labour supporters. We have people who are not interested in party politics whatsoever. And we have people who support various other different parties. But it isn't about that. It's about coming together for the good of the community. Okay, so Batley and Spen, what do we do up here? And the reason I'm sort of telling you about this is partly to give you the overview of the foundation's work, but also this might be something that you're interested in your local area. What we've seen in lockdown is the development of so many amazing mutual aid groups, and you might be involved in one of those mutual aid groups. And what we're finding with a lot of those mutual aid groups now is, right, where do we go next? We've done so much amazing stuff in lockdown. What's our next progression to keep this sense of community together? And it might be that a More in Common group is one way of doing it. So this is what we do, like I say, at a local level. Community-based events and activities, including the Great Get Together, which I'll come on to in a second. Partnerships and networking. I feel really passionately about this. And I think, again, because of my background, so I was in the private sector, then I was in the public sector in education, and now I find myself in the voluntary sector working for Joe's charity. We're only going to make a real difference to communities and to the country if those three sectors work together. I really do believe this, because they've all got strengths and they've all got weaknesses. Public sector, one of the first meetings we had locally was sitting down in a room, and a lot of people started going on about how rubbish the council were. And there was a lot of council bashing. And I sat there for 20 minutes and I thought, right, we can either sit here and go on about how bad the council is and what they're not doing and what they should be doing. Same with the police. We could do the same thing around that. Or we can sit here and we can say, right, what are we going to do? What are we going to do to make a difference on some of the issues that the community is facing? And then what we can do is we can take those proposals to the council and work together to try and solve them. And what we can also try and do is get a few local businesses involved who might not have time, but might have some cash that they can put in. And that's what we did. And as a result of that, I'm not saying it's perfect, but we've got a really positive working relationship with the council. We've got some really positive relationship with local businesses, because we've got this shared vision about making a difference to the community. So that's the partnerships and networking side of it. And then community projects. This is the real challenge, and you've probably got this where you live. It's all very well preaching to the converted. It's all very well having events and activities where everyone's great and everyone's lovely and gets on. How do we engage people who do not naturally embrace the concept of More in Common? And it's tough. It's really tough. And we're still working on that. So at the moment, we're pulling together some discussion groups, and we started a little bit of this before lockdown, trying to get people together who've got different opinions, but look at ways that we can have important discussions around some of the issues that people care passionately about, and trying to get people to see different perspectives. And that is a real challenge, but I think it's really important work. And obviously those things are interlinked. Won't read through word for word on these, but if you want to know more about the More in Common group and how it operates and how it might work where you are, we've set some values and some aims and some objectives together there. Again, that took us ages. You know, we sat down, we had loads of meetings, because again, everything we did at the start was so organic. It was like, let's just do amazing stuff, which was brilliant, and it's exactly how Joe would have done it. But then eventually you get to a point, don't you, where you think, hang on, what's the plan? What are we actually trying to achieve here? And that's where we set out with our aims and our objectives and our values. We've got a great board locally. Education is very much at the heart of a lot of what we do. We have a head teacher on our board, and it's not an official board, it's essentially just a room full of amazing people. But we've got head teachers, we've got a local vicar, we've got a local imam, we've got people involved in various different community groups, whether it's the local choir, other people who work in education, and really people who understand the community just coming together and sharing ideas. And again, I've alluded to it there already, but I suppose one of the questions that we had to ask ourselves was, well, how are we going to do this work? What's it going to look like? So we picked 4 strands. And again, it's not rocket science, is it? Sport and physical activity for me, clearly with my background, is a really important part of what we do. When you are kicking a ball, running a race, dancing around, the differences don't matter, do they? And you see this with kids all the time. You know, doesn't matter if you're black or white, rich or poor, whatever your background is, you've got that shared vision. You've got that shared goal. You want to win, or you want to have fun, whatever it is. So sport and physical activity is important to us. Education, absolutely crucial. If we are going to work on building strong communities, it has to start with young people. And some of the best stuff we've done has been with kids. It's absolutely amazing, the stuff we've done. There's a picture on there, actually, which is from an event that we did a couple of years ago called the Big Sing. And this, again, never happened before, but we've got 7 local schools who've never done anything together. But the teachers were like, right, we're going to do this. They've got everyone together in the town centre. They've got the local music teacher from the high school, and he was in a band. So he's on the at the front of the stage singing songs. Oh, my God. And the kids loved it. And they got to meet each other. They got to meet people, kids from different backgrounds and stuff. It was really, really powerful. Now, again, this takes effort and time, which I know people in education don't have, but actually the benefits of doing that to the children and to the staff, actually, who loved it, were massive. So I think doing stuff through education is really powerful, really important. Faith and culture, again, depending on the areas where you live, you know, we've got quite a diverse community here, and it's really important to get young people and everyone to understand different faiths and cultures. So we do a lot of work around interfaith work as well. And the creative arts, which is my weakest area because I'm not remotely creative, but I've got a team who are, pick your team carefully. So they're very good with looking at crafts, singing, things like that. Again, synchronization, pulling people together with a shared activity. You know, it doesn't matter if you're knitting and nattering, you've got that shared bond. And you might end up talking about some of the more important stuff as well, but you've got that connection from the start. So those are our 4 strands of work that we do. Any questions coming in out there?
I've got a couple, if I may, Kim, linked to the More in Common kind of initiative. So if you bear with me, let me just bring them up. So
I would love to have some interaction.
Yeah, no problem at all. Here we go. Let me just read it out. So it says, I think it would be great if at Leo we could run a More in Common event, not only for Leo, but also across the wider London Borough of Sutton. And I guess really what would be great to do is pick your brains on this and share some of your ups and downs about doing this and some of the lessons learned, perhaps, from your experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, perfect timing with that question. Whoever you are out there in the ether, well done. It's like I set you up. I'm going to come on to the Great Get Together, which is a real opportunity to do what you've talked about. And you're right, it's not easy. My big thing is people, and it's about finding your people. It's finding your people who are the doers. And you'll know with any group, any organisation, you've got people who turn up to meetings, which is great, but actually don't necessarily do anything. So it's finding the people who are going to be action orientated and get stuff done. That's really important. It's finding, for me, people who genuinely represent the local area and the local community. And, you know, without being too prescriptive and socially engineering things, kind of, you know, is everybody within that community represented around the table? And if they're not, let's find a way to make sure they are. So, for example, we have a large Muslim community in Batley and Spain. So it's really important to me that they are represented in the work that we do. Similarly, within the Muslim community, we have a Pakistani community and we have an Indian community. So again, we need to make sure that they're both represented. Do we have young people around the table? Or is it just old crusties like me? No, let's make sure we get some young people on board. What's the gender balance like? Are we hearing from men and women? That's really important. So I think when you're setting up that working group to do stuff, and that's one of the things I love about the More in Common group in Batley and Spen, we genuinely represent this local area. Everybody brings something different to the table. And everybody is, like I say, a doer. So that's really important. And I'll go on to the Great Get Together, which hopefully will answer a bit more of that question. Anything else, Graham, before I do that?
Let me just scroll through. I'd say a kind of unrelated question, but obviously related to what you've been talking about this morning. So do you have any advice for supporting children to be so positive following such a difficult experience?
Yeah, it's really challenging, isn't it? It's really challenging. I think, well, you can probably tell, hopefully you can tell, that I am a really positive person. I'm a really glass half full person. And I do think so much of that comes from my childhood. And I think that is where teachers and people in schools can make a massive difference, along with parents as well. It's got to be a two-pronged approach, hasn't it? But I think, and I know it's all a bit cheesy, isn't it? But it is focusing on what you can do and not what you can't do. And that's a big thing for me at the moment. You know, we're all in a situation now where we could sit down and write a really long list of everything that we can't do. Or we can say, right, it's going to be a bit shorter, but why don't we do a list of what we can do? Why don't we flip it? You know, and I'm annoyingly like this. I know I am. But, you know, it could be worse, couldn't it? It could be worse. So let's look at the things that we're lucky enough to have, the things that we can do, that positive spirit. And I do think part of that as well is surrounding yourself with positive individuals and positive people. That's a big part of it. But yeah, it's instilling that in children. And that is hard, but it's not impossible. Like I said, I know that's how I felt all my life. And we were lucky because we didn't really want for much when we were kids and stuff. But it doesn't have to be about having loads of money or lots of possessions, does it? It's about getting your strength from people, I think, and valuing those human connections. And that is something that we can all get, no matter what our background. Hope that answers that a little bit. And celebrating all the good stuff. When something good happens, let's make a massive deal of it. Let's just not let it go, you know, no matter how small it might be. I think that's really important as well. There might be some more ideas in this next section anyway. So I'm going to talk about the Great Get Together. Now, the Great Get Together was set up by Joe's family, us and friends. And we had the really difficult decision to make as to what we did on the anniversary of Joe's murder. And we knew that this date was coming up, and we were, you know, nervous about it, apprehensive about it. And we were really keen that people focused on Joe's life rather than on her death. And we thought, well, what better way to do that by basically having a massive party, because that's what Joe would have loved. So we worked with lots of different organisations, and we said across the weekend, it was the 16th and 17th of June then in 2017, come together in your communities, do something positive. It doesn't have to be big, it can be small, but connect with people, celebrate, whether that's using food or whether it's using sport or whether it's dancing and playing music, whatever it is, do something that brings people together. And that was essentially the premise of the Great Get Together. And in 2017, when we did it for the first time, people went bonkers for it, and it was amazing. And I think what inspired me there was the fact that there's so many good people, and sometimes all they need is a platform. Sometimes you just need something that gives people permission to do something positive and maybe be a bit silly and have real fun. And a couple of other examples on that. I mean, we see it with the Olympics, don't we? You know, you might not be the biggest fan of women's basketball or men's shot put, but when the Olympics is on, suddenly we've got this huge sense of togetherness. And that's a really good example. The other thing that we have in Yorkshire, we have the Tour de Yorkshire, which is the big cycling race through Yorkshire. And people gather on the streets, they line the streets. Now, the cyclists go past in about 10 seconds. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So it's not about the cycling for so many of those people. It is about that sense of the community coming together and sharing, and then staying out and having some drinks and having some food and chatting. So it's just providing that platform. And I think that's the reason I love the Great Get Together so much. It gives us permission to do something positive. So in 2018, we moved the Great Get Together weekend to Joe's birthday weekend. And Joe's birthday was the 22nd of June. And again, in the past few years, we've just seen it go from strength to strength with things taking place across the whole country. And it's non-prescriptive. So it can be whatever you want it to be. We've got big events. I mean, we've got a few events in London where 10, 12,000 people coming together, huge concerts on stage and, you know, all sorts going on. But then actually it's also about maybe just getting together with your neighbour and having a chat and having a catch up. So it can be small or large. It doesn't matter what it is. I'll talk about some of the events that we do locally in a second. And again, we've got the Great Get Together website, which has got lots more information on it there. Yeah, and yeah, I'll come on to the Winter Get Together in a second. Just give you a brief overview, and I'm not going to go through it in loads of detail, but some of the stuff that we've done locally, and again, this might be some ideas for stuff that you can do in the future. A couple of ladies who knew that Joe liked running, said, right, we're going to do a run for Joe, so let's set this up. And these are all volunteers, so no one's getting paid for any of this stuff, remember, and putting hours and hours of their time in. And we organised a run around the local country park. And people just really embraced it, really loved it. We've got 1,000 people running through the woods, people from all different backgrounds. And again, we've done it every year since. And what was so good about the run this year was, okay, we couldn't do it in real life for obvious reasons, but we threw it out virtually. And we said to people, do the Run for Joe wherever you are. And we got people doing the Run for Joe in 35 different countries around the world. Thousands and thousands of people taking part. People sent us their photos, their messages, and there was still that sense of togetherness, which is really tricky at the moment, isn't it? But we encapsulated it. And what I love, again, you know, about the way that the foundation works is we didn't cancel the Great Get Together this year. And there was a lot of talk about that. And I was like, no, hang on a minute. We're doing this. We're going to have to reframe it. We're going to have to rejig it, but we're doing it. We're not cancelling stuff. We're not going to be beaten. And I guess that goes back to what I was saying a little bit before. It's about that can-do attitude. And it's, you know, defaulting to, okay, things have changed, but what can we do? And I think that is something that we can really try and instill in children and young people, if possible. Other things that we do locally, iftar. Now, in 2017, I did not know what an iftar was. But what I did know was that the first Great Get Together took place during Ramadan. So what that meant was anybody who is a Muslim couldn't eat anything. So I felt a bit like, hang on, this is not good. We're organising lots of events where there's a lot of cake and food involved, and half the population are not going to be able to eat anything until the sun goes down. So I found out an iftar is the meal that takes place during Ramadan when the sun goes down and Muslims break their fast. So I thought, okay, we need to be doing something around that. So we got together, we had a meeting, one of the most challenging meetings I've ever had, and we said, right, we're going to do an iftar in Batley. And there was a lot of negativity. There was a lot of, it's not going to happen. People won't come. The Muslim community won't come. The white community won't come. The women won't come. Children won't come, blah, 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 blah. And I said, right, hang on a minute. We're doing it. So let's just crack on. We catered for 250 people. We got 1,000 people turning up, queuing all through the town centre. We put food on. We had a service. We had guest speakers. We ran out of food because there were so many people there. So the guy from the local Italian restaurant was running down the stairs with a big thing of pasta, trying to feed people. And it was one of the most spiritual coming together of people that I think I've probably ever experienced. So again, it's overcoming that challenge of thinking, you know, what could go wrong? It could all go horribly wrong. But it's kind of getting beyond that, isn't it? And thinking, look, we're going to do it anyway. And I suppose, you know, some of that's easy for me because I've always been a bit like, what's the worst thing that can happen? And for me, the worst thing that could happen to me has happened. So I guess that creates a sense of can do on a whole new level. Yeah, so the iftar was something I was particularly proud of. Similarly, we have a rugby league game that we do. We work closely with Batley Bulldogs, which is our local rugby league team, and Joe had done some work with them, so they were really keen to continue working with us. And we got some funding together. We raised some money, so we put on a free rugby match. The whole community could come along. We got some live music going. And again, you know, the power of sport to bring people together is something I would feel really passionate. And what was so lovely about this was I got sat next to one of the imams that I had met through organising the iftar, and he came to the rugby game with us. He had no idea what was going on. He was like, are we winning? I was like, yeah, clap, clap, clap. And it just was so powerful you know, and again, we've got more work to do on this sort of stuff. I know we have, but these stories of the last few years are just so incredibly powerful, how you can build community and build that sense of togetherness, even in the face of really tough times. Going for you guys, this is an event that we do, which I love. Now, I think I said we've got a head teacher on our board, and she's the most dynamic, amazing head teacher ever. She said, right, we're going to do something across our hub of schools. So there's 23 schools in the Batley and Birstall hub, and we invited kids from every school to come together. We meet in the town centre in Batley. They all get t-shirts made. We've got some funding from a local business to provide free t-shirts. Every school gets its own colour t-shirt. They all make banners which say more in common, and they draw pictures and stuff. And then we got a samba band to lead us in a march through the town centre up to the rugby ground, and then we get all the kids to do different activities celebrating what we've got in common. So it's anything from sport to gardening to singing to making a mural, all sorts of different stuff. And the kids get to meet children from other schools. Really, really powerful. Now, I have got a video about that, which we don't have time for today, but if anybody wants more information, I can send all this stuff through to you. Again, really powerful, and that would never have happened before locally. And again, sometimes you just got to make it happen, haven't you? And it is about, you know, finding the doers again within the local schools, and you know, we're blessed that we've got some amazing staff who really support this event. So that might be something that Leo Academy could think about replicating. And again, I'm not about creating work for teachers. You've got enough to do, as everyone has in schools. But if this ticks some boxes for some of the curriculum stuff that you need to do, then use it. That's the good thing about the Great Get Together overall. It's a platform for you to use for whatever you need to do. Of other bits and pieces, the bike ride that we do. Now, this falls outside of the Great Get Together because it was set up by a guy who never met Joe, but just wanted to do something in 2017. So he got his mates together from North Yorkshire, and they cycled to London, and they called it the Joe Cox Way bike ride. I found out about it, and I was like, this sounds bonkers, but brilliant. Maybe we need to do a bit more about this. I met the chap, Sir Fraz, really lovely businessman from North Yorkshire. I said, look, we'd love to do this with you through the foundation. So we work in partnership together now. Again, all volunteers organising it all. They persuaded me to do it in 2018. It was bloody horrible. No, it wasn't. It was marvellous, but it was hard, really hard. But the sense of togetherness among that group of cyclists was hugely powerful. The eldest was 72. The youngest was 14. All different backgrounds. 4.5 days, setting off here in West Yorkshire, cycling all the way down to London, where you can see us there. And we've got a really good relationship with, I can't remember the name of the area now in London where we are there. It'll come to me. And they've put on a welcoming committee for us, got the balloon arch out and everything. Really, really powerful event. And again, sadly, we couldn't do that this year. But what we did do, we said, right, we're not cancelling it. The Joe Cox Way bike ride is going to go ahead. But we were sort of having a bit of a brainstorming session. I said, right, what about trying to cycle around the world? So we set a goal of cycling around the world, which is 25,000 miles. We put it out there into the ether, into social media, and people went mad for it. Again, we smashed the target. We had people taking place in all different countries, all across the UK as well. And we got to over 30,000 miles, people on their bikes. And that was some people doing 2 miles. It was some people doing a couple of 100 miles. But it was absolutely brilliant. So again, that sense of can do. And the bike ride team are amazing. Like the meetings, like, we're not cancelling. We just need to do something different. And that approach, I think, is really, really powerful. Okay, I'm going to finish up by talking a little bit about the recent work that we've done. Because a lot of stuff I've talked about there has been the first sort of 4 years of the foundation, or the first 3.5 years of the foundation. Obviously, we all know in March everything changed. But again, the resilience aspect of this for me is really, really important. As an organisation, hopefully as an individual, we're not going to let this situation beat us. It is horrific. It is tragic. And what we felt in March was there was this huge sense of loss. And sadly, for lots of people, this was loss of loved ones who were dealing with grief and bereavement. But actually, for everybody, there was a sense of loss of connection and human contact and freedom. And lots of the things that we probably took for granted as human beings just weren't there anymore. And that's something that we felt really passionately about. And that's why we set up the organisation that I referred to earlier called the Connection Coalition. And it is a cross-sector network of organisations, charities, companies, groups who are looking at how we can keep strong relationships and build connected communities through lockdown. Sadly, as we found out at the weekend, we're going to be there again. So I think the Connection Coalition will be more important than ever. And on there, we look at, I guess there's three main things that we look at, but lots of other things as well. So we look at loneliness and isolation. And again, because of the work that we've done previously on that subject, it was a real natural fit for the Jo Cox Foundation. We look at grief and bereavement, and we look at mental health and wellbeing. So there's lots of organisations. I think we're up to over 600 organisations now signed up for the Connection Coalition, and there's a range of resources on there. We have a campaign called Community Makes Us, and again, that's part of sharing resources, doing online events and stuff, looking at what is out there for people to get help during these tough times. So that might be something that the Leo Academy would like to look at in more detail, and you can sign up for it. Anybody can sign up, basically. It's just being part of that coalition. I talked about the Great Get Together already. Again, what was amazing about this was the way that people were so positive in not letting the Great Get Together 2020, not happen. We had this is the head teacher that I talked about. This is her mum making Great Get Together face masks. This is one of our vicars down in the right hand corner there with his dog doing his own run for Joe, on his own, but being part of that shared event that we did together. We did. The picture that with the laptop on is of a community service that we put together. A couple of my team did an amazing job pulling together faith leaders from all different faiths across the whole country, and people of no faith just coming together, and we did an online service. And over 10,000 people have watched it. And again, that's something we would normally have done in the local town centre where we might have got a couple of hundred people, but that went really, really well. More run for Joe there. Me and mum and dad there with my bike when I did my little bit for the bike ride. I fell off and it was quite embarrassing, but anyway, I did a few miles. So that thing about pulling together, but also not just the online stuff, but also the big thing we focused on was those little acts of connection and neighbourliness and kindness. And we saw that, as soon as lockdown started, people again showed the best of humanity and did look out for their neighbours and did start to, reach out to make sure people were okay. We need to keep that. And the Great Get Together is a good way of doing that. Locally, I was extremely proud of my local team. We work as a community anchor, so we work with the council and we also work with lots of other voluntary organisations across the local area. So we were involved in coordinating some of that acute response work, whether it was food deliveries or prescriptions, helping to signpost people to befriending telephone services, and my team locally are still doing a lot of work on that. We've put together some resource packs that we sent out to children who were being homeschooled. Again, we got very fortunate, got some private sector funding from a local organisation. And I said, right, the food banks are doing an amazing job of looking after food for people, but what can we give to just provide a little bit more? So I got some educational resources, some paints, some crayons, puzzle books, and we reached out to families and to older people who might have been struggling. And we're doing that again next week. Actually, we've got 500 packs that we're going to send out to people across the local area. Health and wellbeing packs, we're calling them. We're also doing some work on digital inclusion, looking at how we can work with organisations to include people who are struggling with technology. And we're also set up a discussion group called Community Makes Us, which is about getting people together to talk about their experiences, because I think that's really important at the moment as well. Acknowledging, how tough things are, sharing experiences and understanding what it's like for other people, creating that sense of togetherness by those stories. Just to finish off, because I'm nearly there, you'll be pleased to know, the Great Winter Get Together. We've always done a winter version of the Great Get Together. And this year, I said straight away, this is going to be more important than ever. How are we going to keep people connected when the weather turns and, people feeling, more isolated or potentially lonely than ever? This was going on before we had the announcement at the weekend. And again, I feel doubly passionate now that we have to look at ways of keeping people connected. So we're just finalising the plans for the winter campaign. And I'd love you to all be involved in some way, shape or form. We're going to launch it officially on the 1st of December. And then it's going to run from the 14th of December to the 18th of January. So we're going to do a month. And we're not just going to focus it on Christmas. There's lots of good stuff done at Christmas, but we want to look at a little bit broader than that. So we'll start it on the 14th of December and we'll end it on the 18th of January. Because again, often people focus on Christmas, but some of the loneliest and most challenging months can be January, February, March, when that sense of festivity dies down. So happy to answer any questions on that. Would love you to all be involved. This is what you can do if you want to support the foundation. The Great Winter Get Together, the Great Get Together next June. Goodness knows where we'll be when that happens. Other ways, if you want to think about joining the Connection Coalition as an academy, if you want to set up a more in common group in your personal capacity, that's great. Collaborate with us. Any ideas that you've got, please share them with us. And I think that's just about it. Those are all our contact details. What I want to say just to finish is just keep doing what you're doing, because it's so important. And I think what's hard at the minute, and I feel this really acutely now that I'm working from home a lot, is you're not on your own. You're not on your own. There's so many people up and down the country doing amazing stuff. We've got to keep talking to each other. We've got to keep sharing how we're feeling. That's really, really important. And I mean that as adults and children. We've got to keep doing that together. But what you're doing really, really matters. And I feel so passionately about the role of education in this current crisis. And I feel so empathetic towards anybody working in education, because my worry is at the moment that you are going to become the forgotten sector, because everyone's just saying schools must stay open, schools must stay open. Well, hang on a minute, I kind of agree, but let's think about how that can be done safely and looking after everybody in every single school across the country, looking after their well-being. That mustn't be lost sight of. So thank you so much for listening. I'm so sad I can't see your faces. I hope that's been okay. And I am happy to take a few questions now, or I am joining the panel a little bit later on.
Thanks, Jo. I think if okay with you, we'll direct questions to the panel just slightly later and then answer them then, if that's okay. And I'm just going to bring in Emma just to say a few words.
Kim, thank you so much for your truly honest keynote. Your passion for bringing people together, for building communities around strength, unity and compassion is also inspiring. At Leo, we absolutely want to be part of the solution, and we strive for this in all that we do. Your keynote today fits perfectly with our commitment to building strong communities. We look forward this year to further developing several community projects that we already have up and running, including getting the Great Get Together and More in Common up and running throughout the Trust. We are particularly excited about the launch of a new project, Sutton Citizens, where we plan to work with several partners in the community to bring about change for the most vulnerable children in Sutton. Your keynote is really going to help with driving this forward, so thank you. We will now take a 15 minutes comfort break and we'll see you all at 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It is with great pleasure that I get to introduce our next guest. Ross is a former deputy head teacher who has worked for 27 years teaching in some of the most challenging secondary schools in London. Ross truly understands what it's like to be in many of your shoes. Ross started his own non-educational blog back in 2007, which went viral. Ross then carried this blogging on into the education world, and I am sure I speak for many of you when I say that we are truly grateful that he did. Ross's advice is real, it is evidence-based, and it really puts teacher wellbeing at the heart of everything. Ross, we are truly looking forward to you sharing your experiences with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I hope you've had a good morning so far. I've been following everything on Twitter, where I often find myself. I'm just going to share my screen. I hope you can see that on your side. What I'd like to do this morning is share my own insights into the last 10 years, at least, my own fascination with teacher workload. I guess it's when I reached my own crisis as a deputy head, and as well as the blog inadvertently becoming a full-time job. So I was trying to manage it all, and then trying to think of ways that I could support my teaching staff, and also trying to find ways to be more effective personally as well as professionally. And, you know, my blog's now 13 years old, and I've observed lots of teacher behaviors on the site. You know, what topics are useful, what type of, you know, what time of the year, those types of things. So I want to kind of share some of the insights that I've discovered on the website as well as physically. So last 3 years, I've been working full-time in schools all around the world. Obviously, pandemic, it's all switched to remote. So I want to kind of share that. Before I start, I just want to kind of just pitch the presentation correctly, so that I want to kind of take you through a bit of a headache journey to begin with, the pressures that we're all under, and then signpost some great resources that you can probably do to try and reduce your workload personally as well as in the team around you. I firmly believe that teaching's a team sport. I don't believe that teachers can share complex solutions by themselves. New teachers particularly need experienced teachers around them. And I'll joke throughout the presentation that there's a special place reserved in hell for teachers who don't share. It's really important to share your wisdom. So all these ideas that I'll share throughout the day in the workshops as well are not my ideas. They're ideas that I've learned from the colleagues around me. So it's really important that we share with each other. My Just Great Teaching research started with, and this is very evident now during lockdown and COVID, with all the narrative in the media, the perceptions by the general public, you know, some of the controversial things that I've heard, you know, the clickbait type of stories you'll see in the press. Teachers are at home on full pay, you know, teachers lazy, all that kind of, you know, without naming newspapers, certain newspapers berating the teaching profession that they don't want to be in schools. It's quite the opposite when you look at the research. But prior to COVID, I was frustrated with the narrative that England wasn't performing as well as it could, despite squeezed budgets, increased performance in PISA rankings. You could argue that we were doing really, really well. So I wanted to highlight the work that schools were doing, the things that I saw in my travels, and shift that perspective, and also share with the schools and the wider profession is how we all deal with the same challenges. So I've identified 10 areas, and I'm going to take you through the research, but I'm also going to get you to do a little bit of, give me a bit of feedback on some of the surveys. This is just a snapshot behind my website. So if you know, 13 million readers, which is just crazy. But if you look on the top right, marking's the #1 topic. It always has been. And in the last 3 years, I've been to probably 250-ish schools, 30,000 teachers face-to-face. Marking is the #1 topic that drives teachers crazy in any type of school, internationally as well. So I always say to school leaders, do your best to strip back the marking burden for your teachers. That you're going to do them a massive favor. The second biggest click is differentiation. I think this is from the perception of what it is, and also a lot of new teachers coming into the profession trying to understand what it looks like in the classroom. And from a school leadership perspective, being able to reliably evaluate it, I think also. So I do my own little challenges with Ofsted, trying to evaluate methodologies and see if we can actually evaluate differentiation over time rather than a one-off observation. A lot of middle leaders tell me that they don't want role play, but they often struggle with support and challenging difficult conversations with colleagues around them. So I guess throwing that back to you, how can you encourage this kind of area of professional development need for your middle leaders without having to do the role play type of thing? And one other tip, I've written over 2,000 blogs and I've got lots of secrets, and I'll explain some of these in my workshops later how I've managed to achieve this. But the average reading time is 1.5 minutes. It's no surprise, teachers are very busy people. We live in a world of constant notifications. So people that create policies or executive summaries, you're looking at 300 words. So I've got a colleague at Cambridge who's looking at digital screen time with pupils and where their eyes go on the screen, but also looking at the average reading time. You think of TikTok and swiping through videos. We're really competing to keep people's attention these days. So for teachers, executive summaries for policies, 1.5 minutes would be my top tip. This is a behind the screens bit of data for my Twitter. Every month, about 5 to 10 million people, it's a big extreme, depends on the seasons, see my tweets. So, I started off with one Twitter follow just because I wanted to be curious and ask questions. And now today it's approaching 250,000, which is quite frightening. So I've got a bit of a responsibility. 1, to make sure that I don't tweet after a glass of red wine. 2, to encourage the next generation of teachers. 3, to offer support and challenge, even during difficult circumstances such as COVID, and also challenge government policy ministers. So if you go on my Twitter feed today, you'll see a tweet that I put out about free school meals, which went a bit crazy. But on Twitter, every 3 months, I put out a little survey. So there's one on my Twitter feed at the moment. I've been trying to work out what are the workload influences. Now, I don't think I'll ever get to the bottom of it, but if I could just steer your eyes on this screen, the blue line is school leaders. Now, we don't mean head teachers here. I mean anybody with a teaching and learning responsibility is a school leader. They are responsible for the workload of other people. Now, you'll notice it's gone down significantly. I'm going to show you some latest data shortly. The red line is Ofsted, so you can see the latest curriculum reform. You can see how that's increased over the last year. And I've also just want to divert your eyes to the green line, teacher habits. Just because you mark all your books, does it make you an effective or a good teacher? All the observation stuff. I want to work in a school where I can share my car crash moments rather than watch Ross teach this amazing lesson, teach right like Ross. And the things that I've seen on my travels, more schools are shifting toward this, let's have an open culture model where we share difficult moments and we help one another solve complex classroom problems. So I'm sharing that with you there also. Now, this might fail, so let's just see how we get on. I'm going to put this link on the screen here. If you can type it into a mobile phone for me or on another tab on your device that you're watching from, I'm going to activate a survey and I'm going to just gather a bit of anonymous data from you and just get a sense of the pressures that you're currently under. So this can be live workload feedback. And then later on, I'm going to activate the survey again and ask you about some of the data that I've collected, 10,000 bits of data in schools across the UK, and just get your understanding of what the pressures are that schools are under. And this is prior to the pandemic, and I'll show you what the current pressures are also. So if you can put this on your browser, please. I'm just going to activate the first one just so that I can see that you're connected. I just want to know what you've had for breakfast. Okay, so if you can put in your mobile phone, powellev.com/teacher toolkit. Great, so I can see it's coming through. Or on your browser, can be all lowercase, powellev.com/teacher toolkit. So it's almost midday. And a couple of you I can see haven't had any breakfast. So I'll give you another 30 seconds just to get connected. And then I'm going to switch to the more important survey, not this one. And then I'm going to ask you about workload. Okay, so we've got 50 odd responses. Okay, we've got one person who's had a full English breakfast. Lucky you. Okay, right, so here's the real survey. So now we're getting connected. So powellev.com/teacher toolkit. This is the question I will really want to ask. What's your number one workload issue? Just type in one word and then press submit on your device. It should automatically refresh. Okay. And then once you've typed in one word, type in another word and press submit again. And let's see if we can all enter 4 or 5 words each. And I'm hoping we can get easily plus 100 responses on the screen. So you can see the number of results in the bottom right-hand corner. So I'll give you 30 seconds to do that. So one word at a time, as many as you can. It's not... It's anonymous, but there's no filter. So if you type Emma's name or my name, it will appear. So please be cautious. Okay, so we're plus 100 results. Great. Now, I'll tell you for free, marking's the number one thing that comes up everywhere I go. Marking, marking, marking. When I'm with NQTs, it's obviously planning and behaviour. With school leaders, it's safeguarding, parents and emails. I've got no idea why that's going small, but marking you can see in the middle. The larger the word, the bigger the need. So we can see emails, meetings, paperwork, and planning there. So I'm going to move on. Thank you for your responses. I'm going to come back to this slide a bit later. Okay, so what I'd like to do next is this is some of you may remember Nicky Morgan. We've had 5 Education Secretary of States since 2013 when she initiated the Department for Education Workforce Survey. And this happens every 2 or 3 years. 44,000 teachers responded to this survey. You'll see at the top, 56% of teachers said they were frustrated with putting in data on Progresso, iSAMS, SIMS, whatever platform you use. So I'm showing you this for comparison as to where the pressures are today. Second one there, 53%, so almost 25,000 teachers said marking, detail and frequency. Marking policies that have a number on them, mark once a week, once a fortnight, once a half term, purple pen of progress, all those types of things, in my opinion, aren't conducive to progress. Third one I'm going to put on there, interesting that we're on an inset day, but staff meetings. Are your staff meetings a good use of your time? You've taught a 5-period day and then you're brought together for an hour after school. You're given a huge to-do list and no time to do it. There's tons of research on effective meetings, rotating the chair, stand-up meetings will go quicker, which is great for working, having difficult conversations with parents. Walkabout meetings are great for your mental health. And of course, with COVID, all these things have to be put into context. But staff meetings there, 0.25% of people originally said they're a waste of time. You know, if you take a teacher's salary, let's just take a UPS salary, over the year, you divide the cost per period. It's about £2,000 per lesson. So if you're bringing all your teachers together for an hour after school, it's a huge cost to the school. So you'd better make sure that the meeting's well worth, and it's going to have well worth the time and of people's time. It's going to have an impact. Why do teachers leave the profession? So the number one reason, all the research that I read, is workload. So obviously within this is marking, planning, behaviour, administration, all those types of things. My current research, so I'm in my 3rd year doing my doctorate at Cambridge, I'm looking at Ofsted influences. I was quite instrumental in helping abolish lesson gradings in 2014. My research has now shifted to lesson gradings of schools. You know, I've worked in all different types of schools, all challenging schools down in London, but, you know, special measures are now outstanding. I've pretty much done the same thing. It's the location, it's the demographics of your pupils, which make a difference, and obviously the goalposts. So I want to see if Ofsted goalposts or headline metrics, that the Ofsted outstandings and special measures, have any influence on teacher headcount, house prices and knife crime. My opinion, it does, and I think it might be actually exacerbating poverty and inequality across the UK. Poor behaviours there, as is teacher salary. These things are all the factors that why we leave the profession. We need to be paid more. We all suffer from difficult classes, but workload's always the biggest reason. Actually, there's been more teachers' requests to go part-time than ever before, about 28,000 people. Obviously, through COVID, once we see the changes of this, it'll be very interesting to see where the landscape lies. Obviously, we're very lucky to have a job still during COVID. Many people have lost their jobs, so a huge spike in applications. So for the first time in 8 years, we don't have an application. Obviously, there'll be certain subjects, but generally, applications to join the teaching profession are the highest they've been in nearly 8 years. Now, let me steer your eyes to this slide. If you look at the bottom right-hand side, first of all, this is a comparison between 2019 and 16 with workload. The biggest shifts in workload have been number 1, marking, 2, data, 3, lesson plans, 4, behavior, and 5, appraisal. Now, if we shift our eyes to the top, the interesting thing is a lot of schools have looked at their marking and assessments. 23% of teachers said it's got better, which is this blue line, blue code here. But the light blue, 25% said, yes, we've looked at it, but it's made matters worse. And if you filter your eyes down the lines, data, 35%, yes, we've looked at it, it's got worse. Behavior, yes, we've looked at our behavior policy, and things have got worse. So this slide I find quite fascinating, and I've been slowly unpicking some of the reasons behind this. So this is all on the Teacher Workforce Survey, if you're interested in that data. Now, you're going to laugh here. The data on teacher workload goes back 20 years. So you can see the dates along the bottom of the slide. If you're a classroom teacher, you're working at least 45 to 55 hours on average, and this is before the pandemic, during the working week to keep up with your work. School leaders out there, 55 to 80 hours is the average. Now, believe it or not, on the right-hand side, lots of reports have suggested that teacher workload has reduced. I suspect, and this was published at the end of 2019, there's no doubt during the pandemic, workload has gone through the roof. So I'm going to show you the latest data later. Now, I'm just going to pause. I'm going to try and keep an eye on the questions, and maybe Emma or someone might pose a few things to me as we go. But there's a bit of research that says pausing is very useful for long-term retention. So I'm just going to take 10 seconds. Think about your workload at the moment. What are the biggest pressures? So you said marking, emails, and planning. What are those influences? Okay. So I'm going to show you some research that I've been up to. This is before the pandemic, and then current research that I'm up to at the moment. The 10 key issues. So I've left funding aside, and I thought about all the places. This is just a snapshot of where I've been on my travels. My last physical job was actually in a school where I was as a student in Fleetwood last month. But before the pandemic, it wasn't until March. Since the pandemic, I've been pretty much connecting with schools in South Korea, Brazil, all over the world. And really getting to understand how they're responding to lockdown and the pandemic, as well as supporting schools across the UK. And so that's just a little snapshot of the things that I've been up to. Here are 10 schools that I selected from my research, and this was published in my last book, Just Great Teaching, in September 2019. These aren't the best schools. These are just 10 very different schools that I had a relationship with, that I wanted to identify 10 influences that all schools face. So here, I guess the closest school to you geographically would be Slough and Eton. All the schools, got primary, secondary, independent, grammar schools, a whole spectrum, and plus a lot of data from Northern Ireland. And collectively, about 10,000 sources of data inputs from all the teachers involved. So here are the 10 schools on the left. And then on the right-hand side, these are the 10 areas that all schools struggle with. Now, prior to the pandemic, take that into context, and I've left funding aside, which also has an influence on many of these. All the schools with me behind the scenes, we had a little bit of a fisty fight, and they all said, we do this one thing really well. And I wanted to talk about each of these schools, how they deal with all the same issues we all face with, but one of the areas that they do really well. So Slough and Eton, a really great research-led culture. Peter Collins, the head teacher there, just fantastic work going on. So I'm going to share the data that I collected. But before I do, I want you back on your devices. So if you can go back to polev.com/teacher toolkit. If you've got your tab open, it should automatically refresh. Tell me the areas where you think head teachers said they find challenging the most. So open up your tab. Okay, you should be able to choose 3 or 4 responses, I hope, on your device. And then I'll give you the results. So I've got 3 surveys for you, and then I'll show you the bits of data. Okay, so it's clear we're going with teacher wellbeing. So we're just going to make a note of that. Teacher wellbeing, everybody, is the where teachers find the challenge. Okay, the next survey I want to initiate is, let's see if I get the slide moving on. Oh, gone too far. There we go. Teachers lacking confidence. Where do our teachers lack confidence the most? Okay, so we've got, what was it, kind of 2-horse race, between 3-horse race, behaviour, SEN, mental health with assessment coming in like a horse race here. Okay, I'm going to go with SEN, okay, for teacher confidence. And then the third survey I'd like to ask you is, what do teachers find challenging? Okay, so we've got SEN again as a clear front runner. So this is really interesting because when I do this initial bit of research in different areas with different schools, the data broadly says the same messages, but obviously context, primary school, secondary school, international, they're going to elicit different results at some point. Interesting that nobody said teaching and learning is a challenge or CPD. So that correlates with some of the stuff that I found. So let me just show you some of the results. Head teachers said they're really confident in managing pupils' mental health, teaching and learning, and curriculum choices. And where they struggled with the most was managing teachers' well-being. Ross, go home, don't worry about your books, don't worry about X, Y, Z. Managing pupil mental health with limited resources, lack of psychologists, counsellors on our doorstep to give us that support, and also accessing all this explosion with research. It's great to see so much research emerging across the profession, but there's so much of it. I can't keep up. I've got to focus on my day job. Some of the research is 30, 40 pages long, if not more. Sometimes it's behind a paywall. It gives some recommendations, but I still have to translate it into my own school setting. So there's still more work to do. So it's a real challenge. So that's where the head teachers say the greatest influences in these 10 schools. No, there's 32,000 schools across the UK, 25,000 in England, 18, 19,000 primary schools. So it's a small snapshot, okay? Teacher strengths, hallelujah. Teaching and learning and planning were the biggest forces. So we've got those nailed. Mark, plan, teach is where teachers focus their energies. And my advice to everyone for today, school leaders, I know there's lots of pressures, but we should be stripping back as much as we can and letting teachers just focus on managing people's mental health and their own and the business of the classroom. Mark, plan, teach. Teacher challenges, managing your own well-being. So conference on well-being. How do you know if you're struggling? It took me a long time to realize I was having a bit of a workload crisis in about 2015-16. So, you know, does your school have kind of non-verbal signals, posters on the wall, staff room? Is your staff room a warm place? I know COVID and windows open at the moment, but generally speaking, is it a warm place? Is the coffee pot always full? Is there some sugar and milk supplied? Those things matter. And I know it's a cost, but those things tend to lead to teacher happiness and happier performing teachers. Teachers also say they manage, and you rightly reported, managing the complex special needs in your classroom and the increasing pupil mental health. There's no surprise that teachers also is the, I think it's the second or third greatest profession with the highest rates of mental health as well. So there's no doubt here that we're in a challenging profession. So remember, pausing in lessons as well as lectures and remotely helps long-term retention. Okay, so let's move on to a project. So this is our physical project to try and tackle the biggest issue that all teachers face, marking. So I want to just take you a quick bit of research. I've got a colleague at Cambridge, Jude Brady, who interviewed 1,000 teachers in independent schools and in state schools. You can see here the third one down, marking books, 79%. If I just switch to state school, marking the top one, 99%. And what she, in summary, her research suggested that both types of teachers in both types of schools worked the same number of hours. In fact, they reported about 55 hours average working week. But the biggest difference was that state school teachers believed they were always asked to complete meaningless tasks. So things that were tracking sheets, data collections, evidencing for other purposes other than the impact on the classroom. So I found that was very fascinating. I don't know if you were familiar with Teacher Tap. So I'll check the comments at some point later today, but it's a fabulous little application. I think there's about 10,000 teachers using it every day. 3 questions on an app, and they gather immediate data. It's fantastic for understanding the needs of the profession. So this slide's a little bit old, but this was a question on, does your school's feedback marking policy say once a week, twice a week, once a half term, and purple pen of progress, for example? You'll see quite clearly here, the more challenging your demographics, so the IDASI code or free school meals quintile 5, your school's more likely to say you will mark once a week or twice a fortnight, or whatever it would be, and a purple pen of progress. I'm just going to come out my slides, so I hope you can still see my screen at least. Teacher Tap here. There's a great blog here with the latest influences on teacher workload pressure during COVID. When this was published in October, teachers were saying it already feels like December when we're exhausted. And then hopefully you can see my screen. There's a great book, an academic book on demoralization, and don't conflate being demoralized about your job versus burnout. It's quite interesting. But this one here, you can see this third question. I hope we can see this. I might just zoom this in so we can see. They've got the data across the top, different years, but this is the latest one. More teachers are reporting they are burnt out at this time of the year during the virus. This one here, enjoyment, you can also see head teachers and teachers are reporting not enjoying working in schools compared to September and October with the pressure. And then there's another interesting question about marking here, about how long we're spending on marking different months of the year. So the 12th of October, it's starting to shift back, up a little bit, more time spent on marking. So Teacher Tap, I'd highly recommend it if you're interested. Now, I'm a design and technology teacher, and I used to get frustrated when observers, school leaders, Ofsted inspectors in my life as a deputy head walking around 110 classrooms, I used to get frustrated with, you can't necessarily impose an assessment policy on so many different subjects with different schema, different subject knowledge. Assessment is going to look very different in PE compared to maths, and it's going to look very different in an English lesson with year 11 compared to an English lesson in year 3. So the challenges for schools is, how do you get some degree of consistency? And I think consistency is probably the wrong thing that we're chasing, because you're never going to get 100% consistency. So I've kind of shifted my perspective to think schools should be seeking coherence. Teachers want clarity about expectations, and then they can veer off to do things in their own specialisms. So my life as a DT teacher, I'd be banging a hammer for 6 weeks. We'd make a chair. There'd be not very much work in the books. And then someone would pop in a month later and say, where's all the work? And much of it had been lost. So that was the kind of roots of my verbal feedback research. Now, here's a question for you before I give you the answer. In the chat box, what's the etymological meaning of the word assessment? What does it mean? What's it? Where does the word stem from? So I'll kind of spoil the answer before you have a chance to respond. It means to sit beside. So how many of us are sitting on our own marking kids' books, or sitting on a computer screen entering data, rather than sitting beside kids having micro assessment conversations? Now, obviously, COVID, that's going to be a challenge at the moment. So I'm going to give you some solutions. But that we need to move back to the original purpose of assessment. Of course, written assessment has a place, but why do we assume written feedback is the best form? There's many forms: written feedback, verbal feedback, non-verbal feedback. We've got feedback, feed up, feed forward. So at least 6 different types of providing information to kids. So I conducted a bit of research, and I went to UCL, and they commissioned some research, and I had 10 schools. So I guess the ones closest to you, we've got probably Reigate School, kind of a couple in London. These schools, before the pandemic, and I suspect after when things settle, they're quite happy for you to visit. These schools have, in some of their year 11 teachers, no records of written marking whatsoever. They're really stripping back this notion that written feedback is the best form. So here are the skills. You can see the kind of where their locations are in the central column, and then the number and role on the right-hand side. So I have to be clear, these schools are the schools that are in the kind of free school meal quintile 5. Very disadvantaged schools, in schools where you'd traditionally be told to mark once a week and with a coloured pen. So this was the question they come up with, and we met them for five days over the academic year. The research was published last September, and this was their question: to what extent does verbal feedback implemented for 2 terms improve engagement and outcomes for disadvantaged pupils? So here are the teachers. Here I am working on lots of kind of mark plan teach strategies. I'm going to give you some resources shortly, and also a lot of coaching and scripts that they could use to sit beside children. This is now evolved into some more research with the University of Leicester. In the bottom, you'll see Mark Quinn here. Mark, former teacher, working with the teachers to help raise the profile of conducting research in the classroom, despite you being very busy, and to also think about ethics, gathering research, and thinking more critically about your own work in the classroom. This is the model that he followed. Ask the question, investigate, innovate, and reflect, and kind of pose the question, a kind of tentative claim that if I don't mark books, does it actually improve outcomes? So we had the teachers kind of saying those things halfway through the project that it did. So I'm going to skip this one because I want to give you the resources. I'm going to put in the chat box. In fact, I'm going to leave it there for you rather than go out of my slides. If you type this hyperlink into your website browser on your computer, not your mobile phone, so bit.ly/MPT cartoons, you'll get 34 PDFs that you can have from me. These are all the solutions that I developed with my own teachers and the stuff that I've been working with schools around the world for the last 3 years. These are 1-minute summaries. So if you don't have time to read the book, and I suspect you don't, these 1-minute summaries are a great way into some of the research, the practice, and the theory. It needs to have a capital MPT to work. So perhaps Emma or someone from the admin can put that in the chat box for everyone and circulate that. That will download a zip file. And when you export it, there'll be 34 PDFs inside. So you can use those to have a look at in your meetings as professional development opportunities. Some of the strategies that the teachers used, the yellow box strategy, it doesn't have to be yellow, it could be any color. It's a coaching method. Find one thing and fix. I now call it zonal feedback. I ban the word marking because feedback comes in at least 6 forms. So it's important to kind of shift the narrative. Live feedback research, it does all these things. So you'll find this in one of the sketch notes in the cartoon. You'll be doing all these things. I'm a huge fan of visualizers. I suspect during the pandemic, many more people have been using them. I'm just going to hold one up to my camera so you can see it. This is a little IPEVO model. They're about £30–40. You can get different models. This one's a bit more expensive, and you can get Wi-Fi enabled ones, so you can get kids' work beamed on the screen. They're really good for creating a dialogue, modeling the work. The most effective teachers model, so it's important that we I do it first, kids watch me. Now we'll do it together. Now you do it, and I come around the classroom, monitor and clarify any misconceptions. So these strategies are all in the book, and were used to kind of challenge that written feedback isn't the best form. Some of you will be familiar with Barrett Rosenshine's 17 Principles of Effective Instruction. I wrote about that in Mark Plan Teach in 2016-17. I also looked at this piece of research. This is by Nickel and McFarlane Dick, 7 Principles of Good Feedback, very similar to Barrett Rosenshine. And when you study education research, which I'm currently doing pretty much part-time in my doctoral work, is a lot of the research in education says the same thing. Why? Because education's a very small sector. It's always underfunded. The evidence always says the same thing. So it's limited, but actually affirms all the things that we know. So it manifests itself in Mr. McGill, who might be a bit cynical and say, oh, we've seen this or we've heard this before. Well, of course you have. If we think of retrieval practice, the earliest study is in 1909 by Edwina Abbott, and you can go back to Herman Ebbinghaus, 1895. So these things have been around for 100+ years. So it's important to be immersed with research and use it to inform our practice. I would argue that these 7 could be squeezed into 4 to make it a bit more manageable. Number 1, here's a good one. I'll model it first, watch me. Then number 2, 3, 4, and 5, I could squeeze it into one, initiate some assessment and feedback. Here's a question. Well done, Ross. Have you thought about A or B? Why did you choose C instead of D? And then number 6 is where all teachers spend their time, energies, and efforts. You plug in the interventions in the lesson and plan outside to then plan for the next lesson. And this is a feedback loop. So I think this would be a very useful way as a curriculum model and a lesson planning tool to help reduce workload. Many of you will have seen the whole class feedback sheet. 30 books. I don't mark the books. I annotate this one sheet, and then I use this to provide verbal feedback to the students around the classroom. And I might target it in 3 groups. Every classroom in the world has 3 groups of students. Students that are high performing and can get off with your instruction, 2 that need a little bit of script or feedback and then off they go, and then the 3, the group that always struggle and need a bit more attention, love and care. So, think about your classroom in that respect and how you can do this. Now, I'll take it again a little bit further. Here's the whole class feedback sheet with the 3 types of feedback. Again, think you would be annotating the sheet, looking at the 30 books. Number 1, here's a good example, but I'm going to use feed up. So if you look at the small black text underneath, this is comparing the actual status of the new piece of work with the target. That's feed up. Feedback, which is what most of us do or say at least, and when it comes to kind of providing feedback, is comparing the new piece of work to where they were before. And then number 3, feed forward, is explaining the target status. So pretty much when we get into exam territory and we start to explain to kids how they move up to the next level. So think about your feedback in your groups, other ways of providing feedback rather than things always having to be written down. Everything and anything I'm reading in the world of research always comes back to retrieval practice. This is where you all need to spend your time and efforts. Quizzing, multiple choice questions. There are 10 benefits there. If we even look at number 9, increasing learning that is lost. Thinking of recovery curriculum and all the time kids have missed out of school. I've been trying to push as much as I can in my own little self. It's not always teaching kids new material, particularly during lockdown. It's about helping them recover learning that's lost. So sometimes we need to help kids understand that they need to repeat and recover work that they've already done before, rather than teaching new material. And this is a challenge we all face as teachers when we have to teach to the test. So 10 benefits there. That's all on my website, and that's influenced by a fabulous book you'll see in the bottom right hand corner, Powerful Teaching, by Dr. Pooja Agarwal and Patrice Baines. And they're all on my site in podcasts. You can listen to what they say. So I'm going to just pause, and then I'm going to finish with some of the recommendations that I'd ask you to do, and then I'm going to bring them to life in some of the workshops. So any questions on the chat box, ping them through, and I'll get, I'm sure someone will pose them my way shortly. Okay, so here's the report. So of all the strategies that the teachers used for the verbal feedback project, you'll see there was 13 teachers, all secondary school teachers in disadvantaged schools. On the right-hand side, you'll see the kind of popularity. Without a doubt, live marking in the moment visualizer was most popular, as was the zonal feedback, so the yellow box method. Here's the report. So perhaps someone from admin can put this in the chat box. I'll circulate all the slides, all the resources with you later today. But there is the hyperlink, bit.ly/VFF findings. This was predominantly written by the teachers. They kind of shared their before and after kind of resources, their thinking. And it's not a difficult piece of academic research to read. And I was really delighted when UCL funded this, because I knew as a teacher that when I spoke to kids in class, or I went to go and do learning walks in PE or maths or drama with an Ofsted inspector, I knew it was just a snapshot and there was much more work going on behind the scenes that could not be evaluated in the moment. So I wanted to have some academic research to back it up. And this is it. So it's not a difficult paper to read. I know you're all incredibly busy, but when times come back to normal and marking comes back as the #1 issue, please can I encourage at least your school leadership team to look at this piece of research. And the orange pamphlet, there are all the resources which I'll send to you as well. Okay, this was my takeaway. When verbal feedback structured and routine, when accompanied with a reduction of written feedback, it does not negatively affect the engagement of pupils or their attainment. So engagement, many definitions here: hands up to lessons, punctuality to class, reduction in exclusions, reward points on sims. There are so many ways of evidence in verbal feedback other than just evidence in a book. So it's really important to define how you would evidence verbal feedback. So getting started, everyone. So a couple of things I just want to share. This is kind of finishing off with what I've seen on my travels. When teachers leave the profession, that process starts long before it actually happens. In my career, 25 years in the classroom, I left twice. The first time was through redundancy, and I came back after 6 weeks. The second time was just recently, and I'm getting the itch to come back in, but I find that my pressures and my focus shifted more to a kind of macro level, supporting schools all over the country as well as further afield, and trying to support teachers more directly rather than pupils. If I could just signpost this is a topic that we don't like to talk about. Toxic schools. Sadly, in our profession, there are schools that don't get things right and promote a bit more of a bullying, high stakes accountability culture. It's a great piece of research I published with Dr. Helen Woodley in a great book called Toxic Schools. This is informed by Helen's PhD research, where she did an ethnography, which is a very close study of 6 teachers who were working in toxic schools. And these are the kind of high indications. Number 1, high staff turnover. If you're not familiar with number 6, Balkanism. If you think of former Yugoslavia, the kind of countries in that part of the Europe, all defragmented into new states. That's pretty much the analogy of departments in a school working in isolation rather than together in the big picture. So there's lots of things there, but I just want to signpost this. Bit of a kind of controversial title for a book, The Arsehole Survival Guide, but it certainly got my attention when I read it. I'm just going to put on there, are you working with a bully? In the book, it says, before you diagnose yourself with mental health problems, just take a look around you and just see if you're working with a bully. I've worked with a bully in my career. It's probably influenced my own workload and my reason to leave a toxic school. And then you learn through your career how to stand up for yourself or how to try and avoid these situations. But we'll have all been or have observed some of these. And it is a topic we don't necessarily like to talk about. But I think the more that we do, particularly in a new climate where more of us are talking about our mental health, I think it's important that we do, so that the next generation of teachers don't necessarily learn from these bad habits. So I hope those things help. My top tip for reducing workload, emails. They're just a screen. It's universities, historical emails, things like that. Your devices are set to push the email. So what that means is if I push an email to you, you'll get it instantly. You need to go in, particularly on your mobile phones, is go in and change the settings to fetch, which means that when you log in and you press collect your emails, you're choosing when to deal with your workload rather than Ross always interrupts you. And it's another great tip for your desktop in school where you can just switch things off. I know it's a challenge because sometimes you need emergency announcements, but let's face it, when there's an emergency, someone always comes and tells you anyway. So that would be a great tip. Now, you said on the workload survey earlier, emails was an issue. If you haven't ever looked at this, go into your settings on your mobile phone and make the decision. It's designed this way to control you and keep you connected. Take back control and switch it off. You'll be happier for it, trust me. I also leave my mobile phone downstairs at night. For 10 years, I used to always take it upstairs and put it by my bed. Now I leave it downstairs. It dramatically changes your work-life mental health. Now, there's 50 of these, but I'm just going to give you 10. Have a look at these. This is a real staff wellbeing policy. Does your school have a wellbeing policy? Does your trust? I hope you do. Are these achievable? Because this school's certainly doing them. And I'm going to signpost you to the school and you can have a look at it. They've now got 50. But no lesson plans of any kind, no kind of show-off lessons. Cover, I mean, whether number 3 on here is still applicable during COVID. I know we're all kind of pulling we're all kind of rowing the boat together, so to speak, at this particular point in the pandemic. But these are some useful things as a starting point. So the school is Barbican School. There are loads of others, but there's the link there. I'll send you these on the slide. Just click the link or click on the image, or just type Barbican School. If you don't have a wellbeing policy, here's a great platform to look at stuff and think, right, what would we include? Do all staff have a say in the wellbeing policy? What are practical? What are achievable? And ultimately, is well-being a school priority rather than just some kind of tick box just to keep people happy? So finishing off. This is an old document from ATL, now the National Education Union. Do you work in a healthy workplace? There's six indications that you work in a healthy school culture. Think about, I don't know if anyone's ever taken part in Investors in People, but they do a fabulous kind of audit of professional development, appraisal, staff voice, and teacher well-being. And it's a really good thing to consider. And again, COVID, prior to the COVID, did you ever have a return to work interview with your line manager if you were off sick? Are your managers trained in people skills? These things make a bit of a difference to a happier workforce. So some conclusions. This is what I think I've seen on my travels. Some schools on the left, Ofsted, parents say £40,000 a year fees, whatever it is, school closes down, reinvented, that type of stuff. On the right-hand side, Mr. McGill doesn't want to contribute to CPD. He's been teaching 30 years. He doesn't want to be observed. He doesn't want to show off an observation to the rest of the staff. Or I go and work in another school, independent setting or international. I make my own curriculum choices. I don't get anyone to look at my books or my lessons, and I kind of fall behind in pedagogy. This is a rubber band effect, and it's really hard to kind of stay in the middle. So I guess rhetorically to you is, where are you professionally on this scale? Where is your school, or where is your immediate team, your department or your year team? It's very hard to stay in the middle. Why? Because teachers leave and go, pupils leave and go, the school changes. But I would argue that many schools need a hymn sheet, which is a small dose of accountability. You might spend 2 or 3 years developing this culture to then loosen up to become autonomous. So I'm researching teacher agency and teacher voice. And sadly, when you compare England against all other, I think it was 45, the research, OECD countries, teachers in England have one of the lowest teacher autonomies in all OECD countries. So curriculum choice, those types of things. So those are the things that I've seen in all schools that I've visited across the world. And the happier schools, I'm going to use the word happier quite loosely, are the ones that are in the middle. They bring their teachers together regularly, even through Zoom, to talk about teaching and learning, to make the classroom the central business of what teachers need to do. And they're constantly, all teachers have a voice, even the NQTs, and they're looking at research thinking, oh, Ross said that, that's interesting, let's think about this. We don't like this, it's not applicable for our setting, but let's tweak it and refine it. And it's a constant process. And I would argue probably happens on a weekly basis. And given what I know about memory, and I'm going to share this in my workshop later this afternoon, is 20, 30 minutes maximum for a staff CPD session, he says, in a conference during the day, but good for retention, which is why I've been trying to build in some pauses. Here's a CPD culture plan, something that you can't do straight away. It's going to take 12 to 18 months. But this is what I think I've seen schools do to reshape their teaching culture and the things that they would need to do. Is your CPD always protected? Is it calendared? Is it public? Does everybody have a say? Or is it just always Ross, the CPD leader, leading the CPD sessions? Do you have kind of workshop marketplace down the corridor with 10 or 12 classrooms going on where staff can choose where they go, and some of them are directed and some of them are voluntary? Those types of things seem to be better places for staff professional development. I'll finish with this. I've kind of just thrown this in at the end, given that we're going into a lockdown and we may or may not be teaching remotely. If you're not, you already are dealing with some children remotely. Piece of research from the health industry, and I think there are many things we can use here for teaching in a virtual environment. Good teaching is good teaching. Teacher gaze, when I look at the material, it helps retention. When I pause, all the activities that I use, the question, all the kind of tools, all these things make a big difference for retention. And, can you build up a relationship with people online? I'd like to hope so. And when you know your kids better, you've got to probably, safeguard and all those things with context. You can make a big difference remotely. So there's a bit of research. I've explained this on my blog, and I hope that will help. I'm going to finish with this summary. These are the things that I've tried to do. I'm not going to read them all back over, but some of the kind of things that I've been advocating for a number of years. Everyone's responsible for their own workload as well as each other's. And we need to think about, during the pandemic and when we get past it, how we can, teacher workload is always going to be an issue. So how can we keep teachers focused on their core business to ultimately stop teachers leaving the profession and improve teacher happiness? The average lifespan of a teacher is 13 years. I'm surprised I made 25 years looking back. But think about where you are in the teaching sector, with burnout at the moment during COVID. Is it sustainable? Probably not. So what can your schools do to support you? Is mental health a conversation, or is it always swept under the carpet? There are some practical things that we can all do, as well as what we can do collectively. Finish with this. Teaching's a team sport. It's important to share. And if we don't, there's that special place reserved in hell. So I hope that helps everyone. There's my email. I'm going to send you all the slides, all the resources. And I hope that helps give you a kind of sense of the state of the nation at the moment. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Ross. That's really good. We've got some questions in the chat. If you're okay, just to share some thoughts on them. I can bring it in straight into StreamYard. So one from Emma at Sheen Park Farm, and I think this was in context of verbal feedback. Are there any primary schools who you have worked with, Stas, where this has been effective, and can we visit or speak to them virtually?
Yeah, I can probably, there's a couple of schools. I can think of one school in Croydon. I think that's not too far from you. And there's another school, I don't know the exact little village, but somewhere in Oxfordshire that I know both primary schools that I work with that are using verbal feedback techniques. So I'll make a note and I'll send them through the kind of my resources, and we can circulate those contact details to people.
Excellent. Thank you, Ross. Another question, just bring it in here. So in developing our trust-wide policy on wellbeing, we aim to include elements around connection, physical health, giving, learning, and mindfulness. Is there anything else that you think we should be thinking about as part of this process?
I'm assuming this is for teachers, not necessarily pupils.
Yes.
Well, I think looking at the kind of social, emotional, mental health aspects for teachers is a great start. I do look at the investors and people process that I talked about. I've used it 3 times in 3 different schools, and I think about 3 or 4 years ago they recently reformed their standards, so it's actually harder to get that kind of traditional bronze, silver, gold. But it's a brilliant tool. It tests staff voice, staff wellbeing, as well as appraisal systems. A lot of work I'm advocating now, looking at staff setting their own research targets for appraisal rather than the line manager sets 3. And I think that also helps these areas. Things that I've done in my own life as a CPD leader, having as part of the workshop model for CPD, yoga sessions, specialists coming in, offering kind of pensions, yoga, those types of things. And sometimes we've made one of our inset days. I'd be honest, sometimes I've been a bit skeptical about team building stuff, but actually when you go through it all, it does make a big difference to morale. It's a question of, is it just a one-off or is it part of this culture? I think once it's part of the culture, it then becomes very normal and kind of really does make a difference to staff morale.
And finally, one last question that I know is sort of important to me on a personal level. We're increasingly using one-to-one devices, Google Classroom, Seesaw, etc. What would you recommend to us as we look to provide more feedback to pupils for work completed digitally?
So lots of things. I mean, there's a great book published by Steve Higgins and Lee Elliott Major. Lee Elliott Major was the person who originally founded the Pupil Premium Toolkit with Education Endowment Foundation, and their research talks about what works. And to coin their kind of quote from Bananarama, it's not what you do, it's what the way that you do it, and that's what gets results. There's lots of research about one-to-one devices, it's not necessarily, it's how kids use it as and when that makes a difference. But obviously COVID, with all kids needing to have access remotely, the things that I've been doing, so one of my secrets for all the blogs is I've been using verbal feedback through microphone technology for a decade. I used to work with a head teacher who was paralyzed from the neck down, and he couldn't use his hands, so he had a microphone on his desk to script emails or to write policies. So I stole the idea. I put a microphone, I've got one here on my table here, and I would switch the voice activation software to write reports, to write marking, and to provide feedback. I'll finish with a good little tip. There's a great little mantra I use: praise, probe, identify, plan, and lock. And it's a nice little script to follow when you're saying, so well done, Ross. Great, praise, great piece of work. Probe, why did you do this instead of that? Let's identify 2 or 3 solutions. Let's plan ahead what you can do. And then before I finish the conversation, you repeat back to me, lock it in. What are you going to do to fix this problem? And you can, with practice, you can do it in 30 seconds. So you can do it virtually as well as with your microphone. You can speak it and watch it get dictated on the screen rather than laboriously typing everything. Also a great tip for writing reports.
Excellent. I know that's something that our staff will really appreciate. I'm just scrolling through to see if there's any questions that we've missed. I don't think so. So I'm just going to bring Emma in just to say a few final words.
Ross, thank you so much for your session. I personally found the polls really interesting and lots to think about there. So thank you for those. Over the past year, within my role of inclusion and safeguarding, I've been involved in many conversations and actions around mental health and wellbeing, both for pupils and staff alike. As many of you are already aware, we are currently working on a new Leo wellbeing strategy, which aims to pull together all of the positive work that is already going on across the Trust and also look for further ways that this can be enhanced. We will be seeking the thoughts and opinions from all of our staff and children over the next year to help impact on this strategy. Ross, you've given us lots to consider in this, so thank you once again.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
We're now going to take a short comfort break and we will rejoin you all in a few minutes. See you soon.
with after you are diagnosed as well as before it. This able to isolate.
Welcome back, everyone. Joining me on stage now for our panel session are Frederica, Ross, Kim and Andy, all of whom you have heard from this morning. As a trust, we are extremely proud of how our staff have responded to COVID-19, and in particular, how every single one of you, irrelevant of your role in our trust, has come together to ensure that we are doing everything we can to support our children, our families, and our staff. But it hasn't been easy, and this session provides us with a chance to think about how we support wellbeing post-COVID-19. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have enough questions in my head to keep the panel here all day, but unfortunately we only have 30 minutes. Many of you have very kindly already sent some questions in, so we're going to start with the first question. So the first question comes from one of our ELSAs in the trust, and they say that their biggest fear is the impact that this is having on our children, that whilst they all seem so resilient in all of this, they worry about what is actually going on for them and what it's actually doing to them, and they wondered what your thoughts were on this. So if anyone from the panel would like to come in there.
Oh, I'll kick off then, shall I? If you don't mind. I think, yeah, I mean, it is an issue and it is a worry. And but do you know what? Kids are they really are incredibly resilient. There's a thing I came across when I was doing my research. A lady called Anne Maston. She calls it ordinary magic. I just love that term. Ordinary magic is that we've all got this, and every human being has it. This inbuilt sense of resilience. It is there within us. We are incredibly resilient creatures. I think maybe the issue is that kids are picking up on adult insecurities, right? There's an actual real issue. Let me give you an example. It's not a COVID example, but I did some work with year sixes a couple of years ago now in September. And honestly, the year six teacher, I mean, she's lovely. I'm not having a go, but her opener in September was, oh, this is going to be the worst year of your life because there's SAT in May, right? The kids looking forward to come to school. All of a sudden, the kids are like crapping themselves because it's like, oh my gosh, is it going to be really bad? And that wasn't the kids. That was the teacher accidentally and kind of quite innocently really passing down a fear that she's manufactured in her own head. So I think we've got to be really careful as adults. Essentially, the law of parenting, it's not teaching really, but the law of parenting, your children won't do what you say, but they will do what you do. And therefore, you role modeling positivity. And actually, I know the world's gone to pieces. I get that. But we don't have to. We don't have to go to pieces, do we? And I think our own mental resilience becomes really crucial. How we communicate things to the kids becomes really, really crucial.
Thanks, Andy. Does anyone else want to chip in with that?
Yeah, I'll be quite happy to chip in on that. I think absolutely, as Andy said, you know, children are incredibly resilient and more resilient than perhaps we give them credit for. And I think the older we get, the more we kind of put all of these worries not only on our own shoulders, but on the children's shoulders inadvertently as well. But I think it's important to say that if you're doing work with children to support their well-being, you bring in all the positive psychology tools and all the character development tools, then you're actually almost inoculating them against some of the setbacks. You're giving them the tools they need to be more resilient, to bounce back better, and you're actually helping them to potentially experience post-traumatic growth, which is a real thing. And I was at a conference last week, the International Positive Education Network, and Professor Lee Waters from Australia presented some findings that were actually COVID-related research that she's been doing into children and also teachers that used positive psychology tools consistently prior to COVID, and what impact this had on post-traumatic growth after, or rather, we're not after COVID, but, you know, once they returned to school. And what she found is with children, the children that used these tools the most actually increased over the COVID period their emotional processing, their positive framing, and their use of strengths, and they actually experienced the most post-traumatic growth. And the teacher research that she and her team have done is not quite that far ahead yet, but what they've got so far is early findings that the teachers that use these tools consistently prior to COVID are also the ones that are experiencing higher levels of post-traumatic growth. So post-traumatic growth is a real thing, being able to actually find purpose and meaning in some of the awful things that happen to us. And, you know, we've all listened to Kim, and there's a shining example of post-traumatic growth and what you can actually achieve and grow through trauma, and actually use that in a way to become more and become better.
I'm going to go back to
I know I've had my go. I just have another go. It is so rare that we hear about we don't often hear about post-traumatic growth. We hear about the exact opposite. We hear about post-traumatic stress disorder, where, you know, soldiers go to war and come back kind of harmed by it, but we don't hear the ones who come back stronger. And I mean, this is I'm going to put this out there because it's a bit of a thing in my head, and I know it might be far fetched, but wouldn't it be really cool if we got this right? Wouldn't it be really cool if we came out of lockdown in a better place than we went in? If we played it right and we actually got these subjects on the curriculum, which is what Fred's talking about, is kids. It's not just COVID, is it? COVID will eventually go away, it will dissipate, but something will replace it. That's the whole point, is life is continue to batter us. And I think it's about, we might bend, but we don't have to break. We don't have to break. If we can instill the staff and the kids, and in fact the communities as well, with some of these techniques, it's learnable stuff that will give you a better chance of bouncing back stronger.
Definitely.
Can I interject a tiny little story on that? Because as a family, we've had a lot of experience of various bits of trauma with our daughters and their heart conditions. And I'll always remember my eldest daughter, who's now nearly 23, but when she was about to do her GCSEs, her form tutor was trying to do, you know, the right thing and support, did exactly what Andy was talking about. And she kind of sat them all down, and one by one she went, so are you worried about your exams coming up? You know, how are you feeling? Are you really worried? Can we help you? And Charlie just turned around to her and said to her, look, I had open heart surgery when I was 5 years old. It nearly killed me. I'm still here. I had a cardiac arrest when I was 12. It nearly killed me, and I'm still here. It's only exams. And I think if we can instill that into children, that, you know, these things pass and we will get over them, then that's a really important skill to give them.
Thank you both. That's such a reassuring message to hear, seeing the positive side of it. And I think certainly as a community, we've seen that in how everybody's really come together in real strength to kind of support each other. So that's great. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next question. This comes from one of our class teachers in the trust. So being a teacher is hard enough anyway, but during these times, the pressure and expectation, particularly from society, is so immense. And I know quite a few of you have mentioned kind of the media today and kind of the impact that that's had on teachers, but how do we make sure that we don't burn out is the question.
I'll start with this one. I think there's a huge I think teachers by default are perfectionists, and I think we have to try our best to manage that, never mind during the pandemic. And I think right now, you know, head teachers, as we know, school leaders are under immense pressure to keep our schools open. And you know, having managed cover in a former life, knowing how hard that is to try and do it right now must be a ridiculous task to try and achieve. But that aside, you know, there are things we can do ourselves. You know, I gave the kind of email situation. My Twitter, I used to try and reply to every single tweet that I got, but it's not sustainable. I'm getting 5,000 tweets a month. So I've just switched it off, that I only just check it when it suits me. But I think, you know, for teachers, their core business is mark, plan, teach. You know, just picking up on the question from before, it's what we say and how we say it, and encouraging kids to have conversations that matter. The kids are very good at hearing what we say, so we have to be very cautious of what we say on corridors and how we're dealing with our own emotions that are going to matter at the same time. But my key message for this question would be that it all starts from the top. You know, the school leaders, you know, very difficult challenge, but they're going to have to give teachers permission to not do the things that they would typically do, you know, the marketing and all those types of things. And I think, you know, with all the forces and pressures from outside through the media and parental pressures, and, you know, let's just throw in fee paying schools where the pressure to reply to an email because I'm paying you £40,000 a year, all those types of things. We need to, you know, follow the research, There's not a lot of research on remote teaching at the moment. I've showed you a couple of things in my keynote earlier. It's just good teaching that matters. So we need to encourage our teachers to focus on their core business, and the school leaders to strip back a lot of the kind of peripheral stuff that's not necessarily important right now.
Thanks, Ross.
I don't mind chipping in, probably more with my personal training hat on rather than anything else, really. I think one of the fundamentals for me is do the basics. So I'm talking about hydration, nutrition, physical activity, sleeping, doing the things that fundamentally allow you to function as a more productive human being. So getting rid of all the external stuff that's going on and just going, when was the last time I went for a walk? When was the last time I made sure I had enough water? When was the last time I reconnected with nature? A bit like has already been said, when was the last time I turned my phone off or I switched the news off? When all those things, just looking at your own sort of well-being, and also use your mates, use your team at school, use your friends, and again, be honest about if you're having a bad day, talk about it. Let's not, I am the most, hopefully positive glass half full person, but sometimes it's crap. And sometimes we have to say it's crap and we have to have those conversations. And hopefully if you use your team around you, and having worked in schools and stuff, the power of that team is brilliant. You might be having a bad day, but someone else might be doing all right, and then bounce off each other and use each other's different energies. So yeah, do the basics. Again, has already been sort of been alluded to, don't catastrophize. If you start with your glass half empty, you've got nowhere to go. So let's start being as positive as we can, and then we can hopefully, and when we're having a bad day, we can get through it together as well.
Yeah, brilliant. Can I bring those two together? Because Ross, you're absolutely right. You've got to be organised. If you're not organised, you're tripping yourself up right from the start. So make your life easier with using the tech and stuff. And then Kim's thing around it's self-care, really. Self-care, right? There's this cliche, isn't it? You can't pour from an empty cup, and it's absolutely right. And I just think, honestly, I think it's possible to care too much. And if you care, I don't want you to stop caring, but I do want you to sort of be able to sleep. That's the thing for me, right? Sleep. If you've got to get some kip, right? If sleep came in kind of tablet form and exercise form, that would be it would save everything. So treat yourself. I've read some research, Warwick Uni, I think it was, and they said that if you get a good night's sleep, so you regular 8 hours, which is what most human beings need. If you get that regularly, and they try to equate it to what that's worth to you in monetary terms, which is a bit strange, but that's what they try to do. They reckon that a good night's kip regularly is worth about £200,000 worth of happiness and well-being to you a year. It's like a bloody lottery win, isn't it? So actually, I know that you care, but because you care, you're kind of waking up with the stress and you're doing your marking till late. But treat yourself to some good kip and some good food and some exercise.
Thank you, everybody. And I completely agree. During lockdown, the thing that kept me going for the entire time was going for regular walks to clear my head. And I think had I not done that, it would have been a completely different ball game trying to work at home with 4 children as well. So it was a bit of a busy time. So great advice there. Okay, moving on to our next question, and this comes from one of our senior leaders from across the trust. Is it possible to have a trust-wide wellbeing strategy which meets the needs of all of the staff in the organisation? And if so, are there key messages that we should include?
Go, Fred.
Thanks, Andy. Well, I would say, yes, you can have a trust-wide policy, but I think it needs to be flexible enough and broad enough to allow for adaptations at a school level, because what works in one place won't necessarily work in another. So you need to be able to have a broad policy that kind of sets out the principles, but then have specifics that apply to each school. And some of the things in there, it's really about, when Ross was talking earlier on about the leaders giving permission to staff to do certain things, that needs to happen. And also the leaders need to model that behavior. So the leaders need to show those strengths of bravery and leadership, and sometimes go against the tide and do things that they feel are right and aren't perhaps always what they're being told to do, policy wise. And that might be kind of controversial, but really some of the best schools we see, and when we look at some of the examples that Ross mentioned in his keynote as well earlier on, some of the best examples of schools doing amazing amazing stuff for well-being are where they're not just taking at face value what the DFE are kind of putting down and Ofsted is telling them, but they're actually taking that and saying, okay, well, actually, how can we make that work for us? And what's going to be, what's the overarching principle? And the overarching principle is really we're there to support good teaching and learning and bring out whole human beings at the end of it that can actually thrive in society. So how do we achieve that? And I think if we bear that in mind as an overall policy, then I think the small print can fit into the individual schools and what their cultures are as well.
That sounds great. Thank you, Andrew. I think you're going to come in there.
I can't possibly disagree with any of that. It was beautifully, eloquently said and bang on. I think my thing is we often talk in businesses and in schools about is it top down, is it bottom up? Where does a revolution on well-being start? And I think it's not top down or bottom up. I call it inside out. And I think true well-being across the school is about what Fred said, really, switching individual people on. Doesn't matter what that is, but giving them the tools and strategies to take charge of their own mental health. So currently what schools do, and I get why you do it, is we look for early signs of kids who are struggling, and then we put interventions in to stop them struggling. But 80% of the kids are fine. They just need a bit of extra help to flourish. So it's taking them from the feeling okay to feeling amazing. And if you get them to feel amazing, the learning goes through the roof. So, and I also think that it is about staff. Of course, it's about staff, but actually a true well-being culture across the school also then delivers some stuff for the kids and the parents. That's the missing link, people. That's the missing link, because if we're delivering it to the staff and they've got common language across school and they know it, the parents need it too.
And actually, Andy, that's one of the other questions that came through as well from one of our family support workers was about that very thing. Obviously, with the pandemic and, children being at home and then back in school, there's been a lot of anxiety from parents about either their children being in school or, learning at home. And one of the questions was about how can we ensure that we're supporting parents through this very anxious time and supporting parents' well-being. So any further tips with that will be great.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want it to be in sales mode here. We got some stuff that does exactly. I'll talk to you off screen about that. I think in terms of, I would say, if all the teachers listen to this and whether you're the caretaker in the school or whether you're one of the TAs or whether you're one of the lunchtime supervisors, because I think we've got the whole community here today. I think if we just chill and relax a little bit, and I would suggest this, because I know that you care, but that weight of caring is like a yoke around your shoulders. And we walk around thinking we've got to inspire the kids, we've got to inspire the staff room. If you let that go, that's too much, right? It's too much. I think your job in education isn't to inspire the kids or the staff room. Your job is to be inspired. And honestly, if you can get that bit right, and against the odds, because I can't control COVID and I can't control all that, but it gives me positive psychology, gives me a better chance of controlling myself. Stepping into best possible self is the solution. It's the solution to your own well-being and your own flourishing, and it also will leak out of you and create ripples in the people around you, which I'll talk about later.
Can I throw in 2 quick ideas?
Thanks, Ross.
Get yourself a dog for the school and make sure the coffee pot's full every day for staff.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And I think just to add to that as well, I think the thing with the pandemic is it's an absolute leveller. And I've heard it described in various different ways. And one is that we're all in the same sea, but we're sailing different boats. So we've all got this thing that's overriding that we're all going through together, but we've all got our own journey within that. And I think maybe what we need to do is whoever you're speaking to, don't necessarily think about them as a teacher or a parent think about them as a human being. And actually, as soon as you start doing that, you're not battling against each other. You're understanding that actually we are, I know it's been cliched, hasn't it, and overused and incorrectly used by the government, but we are all in this together. And I think that human connection is really important, and looking at, tell them what it's been like for you and tell them, let them tell you what it's been like for them. Share your stories and share your experiences to create that sense of connection. Because again, a teacher just becomes a teacher, doesn't it? Or a dinner lady just becomes a dinner lady. And actually, that's a human being. Let's just remember that, whoever we're speaking to.
Absolutely. And I think during lockdown, that was something that sometimes we had to remind some of our parents about, because it was seen we were teachers and robots, and it was, people didn't see that we were all humans and going through this together as well. So I think that is vitally important. Thank you. Kim, this question probably is most suited to you, and others, please feel free to chip in. But this question is around us launching our Sutton Citizens project this year. Is there any advice you would give to us for the start of that in terms of sort sort of creating community cohesion around like one common aim, which is to improve the outcomes for vulnerable children in Sutton?
I think it probably goes back to what I said when I spoke about getting connected within the community, the broader community, and the roles that schools have within the broader community. So who else are you working with? Are you working with faith groups? Are you working with, the council in ways that are useful? Are you working with local businesses that can provide input into what you're doing, whether that's financial or facilities or whatever it is? So I think looking at the community as a whole and the roles of schools within that, I think is really, really important. And reaching out across all three sectors, like I say, what voluntary groups are you working with? There's amazing voluntary groups across this country doing things day in and day out for no money, for very little credit and praise, and reach out to whoever is in your community doing those things, whether it's the poetry group or the knit and natter group or anybody who's doing intergenerational work, working, Age UK, the Royal Voluntary Service, those sorts of organisations. So and maybe sitting down at the start of the journey, which I suppose is what we've done on some of our stuff, is and saying, right, what really matters? And you look at the differences, and then you actually look at the common ground and you say, right, we all want an environment that's clean and tidy and safe. Right, well, that's a starting point. So let's think about how we're going to go on that journey together. So I just think finding the like-minded organisations and the like-minded individuals who share your vision, I think that's really important.
Great, and that fits in nicely with what we're planning to do with the project, that actually that the group of partners do shape the kind of vision for where it's going. So that works well. Does anybody else want to come in there? Thanks, Fred.
I would just add to that to kind of look at, again, picking up on Kim's theme about finding what we have in common. And there's some great work internationally, if you look at the Human Library, and this idea of tapping into the curiosity of learning about other people. And, within a community, you have such diversity, as Kim mentioned in her keynote earlier as well. So if you can tap into that idea of using curiosity to find out about the stories within your community so that people can get to know each other, that's a really great starting point as well.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I'll take us on to another question now. And Kim, I think you mentioned this, or Andy, earlier, about this has come from one of our catering team, and their question was around, as a member of the catering team, what else can we do to support pupil wellbeing?
Can I start with a quick idea?
Yes, please, Ross.
My last school, we introduced vertical tutoring, and all support staff had the option to be a co-tutor, and they were supported with a huge amount of training and all sorts of things. And we had some of our catering staff acting as a form tutor, and it was just wonderful to see. And my life as a deputy head, I was a co-tutor also, so it allowed me to see policies live out in the classroom, and also allow support staff to see policies thread back into their experience of giving kids food on the front line. So that it's a bit more of a logistical, harder one to set up, but it's well worth it. Great,
thank you. Fred, thank you.
Another one there is bringing in the work of the brilliant Barbara Frederickson in positive psychology, and one of the things she talks about is love being the supreme positive emotion, and she's not talking about romantic love, but she's talking about micro moments of connection. And I think catering staff have the perfect opportunity to create lots and lots of micro moments of connection in the school day for kids. So it's really make eye contact with them, ask them how they are, give them the opportunity to say if they've had a bit of a rubbish day, but also really ask them to share something good just as they walk past. Tell me something good that's happened to you today, and bringing in this culture of sharing positive stories, which then boosts everybody's well-being as well.
Great, thank you.
I was just going to add something.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go on, you're right.
Well, I was just going to add my thing is actually talk about unsung heroes. Bloody hell. Right, you think about the catering team, right? Because I've been in lots of schools where I've been doing some stuff in the hall. It's a hall until about 11:45. By 12 o'clock, it's a bleeding dinner hall, right? They're somehow managing to feed 300 hungry people, sweep the bloody thing up and get the tables out, and it's returned to a hall at 1:30. Holy shit, people. I'm saluting lunchtime ninjas. Well done, team.
Kim, did you want to?
No, I would totally agree. Yeah, the concept of unsung heroes, I think, is massive. And I really, yeah, absolutely right what Fred said about the micro moments of connection. They're really important and they can make a huge difference to people's days. And I would say this in the broader community as well, whether it's just saying hello to someone when you're walking down the street, but certainly within the school environment, you know, that could make that kid's day, just to stop and give them 2 minutes of your time, no matter who you are within that school. I think that's really, really important. And I always found like an extra bit of custard or a couple of roast potatoes is always good as well.
Absolutely.
It might be a Yorkshire thing.
One more idea from a CPD leader perspective. It's really important to offer your catering, you know, all support staff, but, you know, catering staff in this case, a bit of support, a bit of some CPD, because some might not be confident in talking to kids. So it's about just giving them a few scripts or some tools to just initiate a conversation. And, you know, obviously the safeguarding stuff, that'll be part and parcel of stuff they do already. But just general corridor conversation tips and, you know, handing food over the counter, things that they can ask day to day to start building up relationships with hundreds of kids they might not necessarily know.
That's great. Thank you, everybody. And I think I'm fortunate enough in my role to go across all of our schools and have experienced lunchtimes in all of them. And I would like to say that our catering staff do, they are very, very good at doing that. And the children are very lucky. They actually genuinely care about the children. And that is very obvious in the interactions that we witness. So really pleased to kind of share that from my experiences as well. Okay, we'll take one more question. This one is from one of our governors, and it's asking, from your experiences, what is the best way to share key messages around well-being with everybody?
May I? I would say the most important thing is to lead by example. So if you want the message about well-being to be heard and you want it to be believed, because lots of people, let's face it, can say that they want well-being for their staff, for their pupils, for the parents in their community, but unless they're actually demonstrating that, then it's just words. So it's about leading by example, about doing the practices for yourself that you want to see your teachers and your school leaders and your pupils do. And it's then making sure that what you're putting into writing, into your policies, is actually reflected in what happens in school. So all the stuff that Ross was talking about earlier as well in his keynote about the marking policies, about what you're expecting from your teachers in terms of workload, etc. So it has to be demonstrated across the board in practice.
Cool. I would also add to that the bleeding obvious of catching people doing things well and telling them. And that's not a leadership thing, right? It's not a senior leader's role. That's everybody in the school. Who you are. If somebody in your team does something really cool, don't just drive home going, "Oh, that was cool." Just take 30 seconds to tap them on the shoulder and say, "Oh my gosh, the way you handled that was amazing. That reflects well on all of us. Thanks for going the extra mile." And if we're really good at doing that as a profession with the kids. We catch the kids and we praise the kids and we big the kids up. I think, I'm not having a go, I'm just saying from my experience, we are slightly less good at doing that with each other. So the staff room banter and the corridor banter should be you lot catching each other doing things well and just noticing.
Great, thank you.
My first response to the question was, you know, sharing with who? Parents, pupils, teachers, you know, or the general public. You know, you've got social media today. It's a great way to just celebrate all the work that you're doing, not just a vacancy page or a sports day announcement. Really simple, practical strategy in a staff room. You said we did board, and you know, you can create a digital one, but it's just a great reminder to staff, to parents, to pupils. You said this back in October, it's now June, and we've done this about it. And it's a great reminder. It kind of shows people the trajectory of things that you try and tackle together to make things better. And then silly things like positive postcards, or in a weekly briefing or a bulletin, or a secret ballot box. I spotted Ross doing this, and then someone announces it the week later. You know, those little things make a big difference to wellbeing culture.
Yeah, that's some great ideas. Thank you, everybody. Some great questions coming in there from staff across the trust. Thank you to all of you for some great answers and really useful things for us to consider as we continue our journey through these uncertain times. That brings us to the end of the morning session, and what a morning it has been. A huge thank you to all of the presenters, and we look forward to seeing many of the approaches, ideas and strategies we've heard about today embedded across the trust as we move forward. It is now lunchtime. I'm sure you'll all be pleased to hear. Just a reminder that the afternoon session is moving over to Google Meet. So you will have been sent an email with the links for your workshops this afternoon. They're two separate links, one for workshop A and one for workshop B. We will be starting the first workshop promptly at 1:30. Please ensure you've joined by this time so that we can get started promptly. Other than that, enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back for the workshops this afternoon. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great afternoon attending the workshops. I certainly enjoyed hopping in and out of all of them, and it made me realise how all the messages from across all of the workshops connect really well together. As we draw near to the end of the conference, I feel honoured to be introducing our final speaker. As Phil mentioned earlier, Andy is the UK's first ever Doctor of Happiness. And if this morning's introduction and the afternoon workshops didn't 100% affirm to you why he thoroughly deserves that title, this next session certainly will. Andy and his team have the ability to lift any room. I've been fortunate enough to hear both Andy and two of his team present at different conferences, and I can honestly say that the sentiment in all of their presentations has stayed with me, both in my professional and my personal life too. I truly and wholeheartedly believe in the ripple effect, and honestly do try to follow this every single day. And for the last 8 years, I have been truly grateful to not wake up with a toothache. I am thrilled that colleagues and guests from the Trust will end this conference with such an inspiring speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the wonderful Doctor of Happiness, Andy Cope.
Bloody hell, girl, that's a hell of a build-up, isn't it? Oh my gosh, no pressure there then. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for inviting me. If you've come on my workshops, then thank you for opting for those as well. What I want to do, as Emma says, is do the ripple effect on this one. But I think we need to just build something first of all, right? So we keep talking about the new normal. I don't know how many times the new normal. Every time I talk about the new normal, I have to do the fingers thing, the new normal. And I think there's good news and bad news about the new normal, right? So if we cover off the bad news first, the bad news is that nobody really knows what the new normal is yet. All right, so it's beginning to show itself, but it hasn't yet worked out what it's going to be. So nobody knows what the new normal is. Now, the good news is that nobody knows what the new normal is yet. All right, so it's kind of paradoxical, really. But therefore, and honestly, this is from here, right? This is from here. Therefore, that gives us a chance to shape what our new normal is for us. All right, now, and I'm kind of quite excited. What I said in the chat before lunch was, imagine if we could come out of lockdown in a better state than we went into it. Then, I mean, that would take some doing. It's not a kind of intuitively obvious thing, but it's perfectly possible. So I just want to do this. I just want to wrap up some stuff I probably should have done in my workshop, so I didn't have time. And I want to be blunt and real with you. And some people will have seen this before now, because it's been doing the rounds for a couple of years in the UK. It's the Japanese art of kintsugi. And kintsugi, the picture is encapsulated. It's about 400 years old. And it's essentially the art of mending broken pots, which is a bit weird. But as you can see, you know, when you were a kid and you went to a museum, there was always a pottery section, wasn't there? It's like the most boring bit of the whole museum. So as a kid, you'd leg it straight past the pottery to get to the gift shop where you wanted to buy a plastic dinosaur. And you missed this. You missed kintsugi. So basically, if you look at that, it's the art of putting pots back together. But as you can see, what they do is when they put that pot at some point has fallen on the floor. And what they've done is pieced it back together, but put gold colouring in the glue. So that therefore every single crack in that pot is deliberately highlighted, right? Now, the reason I love kintsugi, and it kind of gets me at an emotional level, which is really weird. The reason I love the art of kintsugi is that that pot is deemed more beautiful after it's been put back together. And isn't there something there about all of us? Isn't there something in there about being a human being? Everybody in this call is that pot. I know I am, all right? At some point in your life, at several points in your life, you will have smashed. Life will have dealt you a crock of shit, right? And you just were in pieces. Somebody you love dies. A relationship breaks up. Yeah, those things happen to everybody. And what happens is we're all over the place. We're in pieces. But then what we do as a human being is we pick ourselves up, we piece ourselves back together, and we crack on back to work. Yeah, we rock up again at work. Now, COVID may be doing that to us as well. But I love the idea. Now, I'm not suggesting that we brag about our imperfections. I'm not talking about that at all. What I'm suggesting is this: is that what positive psychology really is about is appreciating that what broke us has made us who we are today. So the trauma that we've had, the personal anguish that we've had has made us who we are today. So it's not necessarily bad. It's bad at the time, but without those cracks, we're not as beautiful. I Bloody deep. That is deep. No, it's too deep for me, right? So let's give it a bit of a light spin. Let's give it a modern spin, because kintsugi, that's 400 years old. So let's give you the modern world, right? Let's give you now, the 21st century, whatever we are now, is the message that we're hearing all the time, like a bloody broken record. And it's not subtle. The message is you're not good enough. All right, you hear it everywhere. So that magazine is an example there. She's got to do 21 things because she's not good enough. We're bringing kids up now in an era where that is rammed in their faces. Every Facebook post, every Instagram message is filtered perfection. But the message is, do you know what? You're not good enough. You've got to work harder. You've got to try harder. You've got to get implants and Botox and the new car and the latest thing because you're lacking something. And you don't have to go far, right? It takes 2 minutes to Google it. Look at that. 50 sex tips, people. 50 sex tips. I mean, I've only got the one. I don't know what the other 49 are, but it makes me insecure. Oh my gosh, I'm not doing it right. There's 49 things I should be doing. So you've got to read the magazine to find out because you're not bloody good enough. And then it gets silly. Look, that's a monthly magazine. That's a lot of things, isn't it? That's a lot of things you got to do this month because you're not good enough. That's the message. And then it gets really silly. And do you know what? It's not the number that upsets me on that, although it's a stupid number. It's the title. It's the title. And it's not 17-year-old girls won't be reading that magazine. 12-year-old girls will be reading that magazine. And the message there is, you're not good enough. Right? And then, and all the lads are going, oh, it's just the women then, is it, mate? No, fellas. No, it bloody well isn't. Look at that. Guys, it's a monthly magazine. If you want to stand a chance of looking like him, you better get busy. Bombarded with messages that we're not good enough. And what I'm saying is, and what positive psychology does, and what the science of well-being says, is it flips it on its head and it tells you the truth. It tells you the truth of 3 little words that you never hear that absolutely are true, which are these. Yeah. So that's the truth. That's the absolute truth that you never hear. You are amazing. You are enough. You are more than enough. You are actually superheroes pretending to be normal people. But you are enough, okay? Now, I know COVID is messing us around. I get that. I absolutely know that, right? But you are magnificent. You are enough. But you've never seen an advert telling you that, have you? Yeah. Imagine, I'm just thinking sometimes, imagine watching Coronation Street of an evening and the advert comes on halfway through and it's an advert, it's got you in it, right? And it's, oh no, let's just say the advert, it's you sitting on your sofa. The advert says, do you know what, mate? You're okay as you are. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you smell all right, don't you? You're fair enough in your clothes. You've got enough clothes, haven't you? And you haven't got the latest car, but it gets you to work and back, doesn't it, mate? Yeah, it's fine. It starts first time, and it's got a secret sunglasses compartment. I mean, you always wanted one of those. Yeah, and your phone, it's not the latest, is it? It's not the latest, but it does what you want it to do. So you're all right, mate. You don't need to buy anything. You're perfectly fine as you are. You're okay. You don't see that advert because whoever wrote that advert would be bloody sacked for telling you the truth. So I'm telling you the truth. You are not just enough, you are more than enough. But the world is very good at making you forget that you're enough. So I just thought it was worth reminding you that before we go any further, all right? So I wanted to get that off my chest before I give you the ripple effect. Now, I'm going to build into the ripple effect via my aha moment. I do it like a light bulb, all right? So let me tell you my life-changing moment, which happened, I think supposed to, I don't know if you've had an epiphany ever. I've had one. You're supposed to have them in church. I had mine in Tesco's. A moment of enlightenment in aisle number 9. In Tesco's in Ashby de la Zouch. Let's me be absolutely nail it on the head here. Big Tesco's in Ashby near me, Ashby de la Zouch. So it's about 8 years ago now. So just hang in there, right? Hang in there. If you're doing your emails, stop doing your bloody emails and concentrate. This is really important. So about 8 years ago, I was given the responsibility to go and do the Saturday shop with my big trolley. And I went to Ashby and I did my shop. And I was coming around aisle number 9. I had this realization in the middle of Tesco's in Ashby. I had this blinding flash of realization, clear as day. Oh my gosh, a light bulb moment. That it was this, that wherever I go, I'm there. Right now, I know that's obvious, and I kind of already knew that, and I know that you already know that, but I'm talking like at a laser-like precision of obviousness, at a right to the core. I mean, like, oh my gosh, I'm in Tesco's in Ashby de la Zouch. That is amazing. Then I got through the checkout and I was driving home in my car going, oh, I'm driving home in my actual car from Tesco's. Oh my gosh. Then I got back to my house here today downstairs, put my groceries away. Oh, I'm in my kitchen putting my groceries away. This is amazing. So my point is this. My point really is that I realised that I can't get away from me. I'm trapped with me for a bloody life sentence. I could put my trainers on and run down the street, but I'm still stuck with me. And you're stuck with you. And therefore the realisation is this. If I can't get away from me and I'm trapped with me for every heartbeat of my life, then I may as well be stuck with a version of me that I'm proud of, or a version of me that's got a smile on his face and some energy and some passion for life and some confidence and some optimism and some hope, rather than the version of me previously that didn't have an awful lot of that. And you're trapped with you. So it brings me back to some of my earlier points, is that I can't control COVID and I can't control Brexit and I can't control the education system, and neither can you. But what positive psychology does give me is that little bit more control over me. And if I can just upgrade me to best possible self, then it makes it easier to deal with lockdown and COVID and the education system and Trump and Brexit. It doesn't change the world. It changes my world. All right, that is such a big deal, right? Because if you're trapped with yourself, you may as well upgrade. Now in my workshop, I covered some of the stuff that you can do. So I want to give you the one top tip. I know some of you will have heard this one before from previously when my colleague did the keynote at your conference, and he will have spoken, Andy Whitaker, his name is, he'll have spoken about the 4-minute rule. I'm going to give it you very quickly because it's the smallest thing that I've changed that's had the biggest impact on my life. And the 4-minute rule essentially says that human beings are contagious. So your emotions, you are wired to connect emotionally. We're like on Wi-Fi, you're catching other people's emotions, whether you want them or not. And the truth is, it takes about 4 minutes for other people to truly catch how you feel. So when I talk about upgrading to best possible self, you've not got to be brilliant all day. You've only got to be brilliant for 4 minutes. I mean, come on. That's doable, isn't it? So the first 4 minutes of any interaction become important. That's the first 4 minutes of breakfast time when your kids are there, like being genuinely upbeat and positive about yourself and being kind of effervescent and enthusiastic. Your kids will catch it, yeah? First 4 minutes of coming to work in the staff room in the morning, walking in with purpose, with a smile, genuine smile on your face. Don't overdo it, by the way. There's an old English word I've only just learned. It's a 17th century word, grinagog. Right, and a grinagog is somebody who's so happy you want to punch the lights out. I'm not asking you to do that. Somebody's threatening to punch you because you're so happy you're doing it wrong. But the first 4 minutes of coming into the staff room with a genuine enthusiasm, the first 4 minutes of your lesson tomorrow morning, the first 4 minutes of an after-school meeting, the first 4 minutes of a parents' meeting, the first 4 minutes of going home. If you can just nail the first 4 minutes as being genuinely your best self, then what I'm suggesting and what I'm going to prove to you in a second is that that's contagious. It'll leak out of you and create spirals of emotion in the people around you. So to give you an example, right? So because I didn't know this years ago, I would just go home and I would ask my kids, how was school? And they go, boring. And I'd say, what did you learn? They'll say, I can't remember, right? And I asked that for years and years and years. And then I realized the 4-minute rule means that maybe I'm asking the wrong question. So I decided to do the only thing I can do, which was change me. It's not my kid's fault that Dad's asking such a shit question, right? Sorry, poor question. So I thought, okay, question is, now in my head, is how would the best dad in the world go through that door? Right? So really, how would the best dad in the world go through that door? I knew the answer, I just hadn't been doing it. So I thought, well, I'll just do that then. So the best dad in the world would go through the door, and instead of my kids running at me, they used to run at me going, Dad, we've missed you, where have you been? Let me tell you about school. And I'd be going, no, let me tell you about the M6. Been a nightmare, guys. I would go home like that normally. So I thought the best dad in the world, I would go through the door, and the kids were only little, so I thought I'll jump on them. Yeah, I'll be all over them. So I thought that's what genuinely the best dad would do. So I did. I just bloody did it. So it doesn't matter what kind of, my kids don't care about the M6. I don't want to tell them about that. I want to tell them about the good stuff. So I go through the door, genuinely being the best dad in the world, all over the kids like a rash, having a great time. And I'd ask the question, I'd change the question, how was school today? Was it good, fantastic, or brilliant? All right, and that question was immense because they started to tell me about the highlight of their day. All right, now if bad stuff's happened, they're allowed to tell me that as well. But if I'm steering the question to what has been the best thing, what's the funniest thing, what's the best thing you've learned today? Or you with your partner tonight is tell me about the highlight of your day. Not how was your day, because there's an open goal, isn't there? for them to tell you the worst thing. What was the highlight? What was it? Good, fantastic, or brilliant? You've got a better chance of a way into a positive conversation. 4 minutes. Now, I realise I've only got to do it for 4 minutes, because after 4 minutes, I've created a ripple effect. So let's quantify that. Let's quantify that, and then I'll let you jack in and go, because I don't want to take too much of your time. You've been staring at a laptop for a bloody long time, all right? So here we go. Oh, excuse me one sec. Oh, my laptop is just dying. Well, that's not very good, is it? You are joking. Well, ladies and gents, I don't know if you can see me, but I certainly cannot currently see you.
Andy, you'll be really glad to know that we can hear you, so just carry on. Don't worry about it. You sound perfect.
Well, what a shame that we've just lost Andy halfway through his final session. I could literally listen to Andy talk all day. Have we got him back? Brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, people. I just kind of dropped. It just died, didn't it? It died. Look, we were experimenting. We're having a go at this. Right. Sorry. Let me just finish. Right. I'm not going to keep you long because clearly my laptop isn't up to it. I'm going to put a new laptop on my Santa list. I just wanted to get this far. All right. So I was going to talk about just a couple of things. So the 4-minute rule has been the smallest change that's had the biggest impact on my life. And it doesn't just apply to going home of an evening, it applies across your life. If you can be your best self just for 4 minutes, I promise you, your life will be a lot easier. But here's the thing, here's the big thing, right? It's called the only big word that I want to use today, it's called the heliotropic effect. And I love it to bits because the clue is on the screen there. It was where flowers follow the light. So flowers follow the sun. So we know that the sun rises in the east. And what the flowers will do, they'll feel the heat, they'll open their flowery petals. And if you watch a flower and you video it and you speed it up, the flower will lock onto the sun and then it will literally track the sun all day and it'll go to sleep west. All right, so then it'll feel the heat, it'll open, it will track and it'll go west. Now I'm going to put the dictionary definition of the heliotropic effect in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Not my words, this is out of the dictionary, right? So this is basically it. I'm not going to explain it, I'm just going to let the penny drop. All living systems grow towards the light and are attracted to that which is life-giving and repelled by what is life-taking. Just highlighted that first bit for you. All living systems grow towards the light and are attracted to that which is life-giving. And I'm just thinking of you working in education, you being your best self, and you in terms of the impact you could potentially have on the people around you, it becomes massive. So let's finish with the impact, all right? Now, these numbers are slightly disappointing, but these are business numbers, they are not school numbers. Nobody, to my knowledge, has ever measured this in a school. I think your numbers are 3 times bigger than this. I just can't prove it, and I won't bullshit you. I'll just give you the truth, right? So here it goes. When you're feeling amazing, your well-being will leak out of you and it will ripple to 3 degrees of people removed from you. And they're the numbers on the screen, right? So 16, 10, and 6. So remember those numbers. I'm going to come back to them. 16, 10, and 6. So what that means in reality is this, is your happiness is bigger than you. So it's going to leak out of you and it's going to ripple and it's going to impact on 3 degrees of people removed from you. So let me give you how it works for me. If I wake up in the morning, not got toothache, feeling good, plenty of energy first thing in the morning, and I'm on top form, then when my kids come down for breakfast, if dad is in extraordinarily positive mood, then what that means is my children will be a minimum of 16% happier because I'm in their life, right? So get job done straight away with a little bit of effort on my behalf. My kids are 16% happier, but it doesn't stop there, right? So then I'll drive off to work normally and my kids will go and stand at a bus stop waiting for the school bus. Because my kids are 16% happier, when the bus rocks up, my kids might just smile at the bus driver and say, "Hi, sir. Hi, miss. How are you?" Bus driver is now 10% happier, right? I haven't met the bus driver, but that's my happiness that's leaked out into my kids, and then from my kids into the bus driver. Bus driver drives to Derby going, do you know what? I think the Daily Mail is incorrect. Teenagers seem to be very happy nowadays. Bus driver drops the kids off and goes to the bus depot and has a cup of tea with the other bus drivers. The other bus drivers are now 6% happier. I've not met the bus driver and I've not been to the depot. All right. That is a ridiculously simple example of one human being, me, in a kitchen at 7 a.m. Think about what you do every bloody day, right? How many people do you come into contact with every single day, right? So if you rock up in a great mood, then the staff room, whoo, boom, everybody's feeling great. Somebody from the staff room then gets to teach their class. Their class is then 10% happier. Those kids then go home 10% happier. Their families are now 6% happier. You've not met all the kids and you've certainly not met their families, but that's your well-being that is contagious. And we always talk about contagion as if it's a bad thing. And of course, COVID is a bad thing, but your happiness and your well-being is contagious. I mean, what a bloody marvelous point. And you already know that. All I'm trying to do is quantify it. Now, the numbers, like I say, the numbers are a bit disappointing, right? Well, you know, but I think if we tripled them, then you'll be in the right ballpark because of the nature of the career that you've chosen. You're not working in a factory, not working in a, you know, you're working in an environment that shapes the lives of young people. Oh, sales pitch. Is he spoiling it with a sales pitch? A little bit. I'm just going to point you towards the kids stuff, actually. So Brilliant Kid, which is down the bottom there. This is Key Stage 2. All right. You want a wellbeing curriculum. They'll be in there. I've got teenage ones on there as well. However, yeah, I'm going to buy a book, but I'm just thinking if all I can do today is scratch the surface of a big subject, those books will give you the detail. But I wanted to leave you with that. All right. I'll leave you with that and then I'll be out your hair. I love that quote. And essentially what Leo tried to do is bloody doffing my metaphorical cap to the effort that's gone into making this successful, for putting a day on around well-being. So we can't get together, but we can still promote well-being. All right. So they've given it a right bloody good go. So well done, you lot. That, I think, is what we've been trying to achieve today. All right. So whichever workshops you've been on, whichever keynotes you've been listening to, is what we're trying to do is say, do you know what? Sometimes we just got to kind of take time out to have a rethink about how we think and a rethink about the rest of our lives. The new normal. All right. What if the new normal for us was positive and confident? What if we fell in love with Mondays like we do on Friday? Wouldn't that be a really cool new normal? So I'll leave you with the best quote of all time. It's a quote by a guy called Robert Holden. And Robert Holden says this. He says, if there's something missing in your life, then it's probably you. Which I think is just such a superly clever quote, because what I think he means, I'm not absolutely sure, but what I think he means is sometimes we get so busy and so wound up in the day-to-day that sometimes we forget who we are. And really, every single workshop, every single keynote the theme has been to step into being your best self. And if we can do that collectively across all the schools, that makes a huge difference to the kids and the community. That is the ripple effect. So thanks for inviting me, and have a fantastic term. Don't try and get it over with. Don't count. He's 7 weeks away. You've got 7 weeks to inspire as many kids as you can. Thanks, team.
Andy, thank you so much for such an amazing end to our conference. Your energy and passion, more than ever in these uncertain times, is truly what the doctor ordered, pardon the pun. Yet again, I feel empowered to face another day, another term and another year, working hard for the happiness and well-being of all of our staff, our children and our stakeholders of Leo Academy Trust. And I just know that many others feel exactly the same too. So that brings us to the end of our conference, and what a day it has been. There are so many people to thank for such a wonderful day. A big thank you to all of the presenters across the entire day, both the keynotes and all those that led the wonderful workshops. A big thank you also to our wonderful Leo workshop hosts and the great team that I've been surrounded by today here in the Leo Central offices. We really do appreciate all of your help. Running a conference of this size is never easy, but to do it virtually is certainly no easy mission. And I'm pleased to say that it went really, really well technically. So really pleased with that. You've all worked extremely hard to ensure that it ran smoothly, and we are truly grateful. Another big thank you to the wonderful Melinda Young, who was instrumental in putting the conference together today, and also to Graham and to Jasmine, who've worked tirelessly behind the scenes to get us here to the conference today. To all of our staff, thank you for your engagement with the day, and we look forward to the active role that you will play in our mental health and wellbeing strategy moving forward. I had such a great time watching all of you engaging in the sessions today, so thank you. Thank you also to Dr. Penn, who has been working in the background to capture all of the themes throughout the day. And we really look forward to this being shared with all of our staff in our Leo training room later this year, where it will take pride of place next to our inclusion conference graphic from last year. As you leave the conference today, I would like to just leave you with this final thought. Have a great evening, everybody, and I look forward to seeing many of you throughout the rest of the term. Thank you very much.